Dear colleagues, let us continue our good work in this hemicycle. I first will announce the results of the election of judges to the European Court of Human Rights. First, with regard to the election of a judge to the Court of Human Rights for Iceland. The total number of members who are voting in this election were 186. There were 2 spoiled or blank ballot papers. The absolute majority of the votes cast is therefore 93. The number of valid votes is 184. The results are Madam Arnoldsdottir, 145 votes, Madam Gudumsdottir, 22 votes, and Mr. Thorhalsen, 17 votes. That means that Madam Arnoldsdottir, having obtained an absolute majority of votes cast, is elected judge of the European Court of Human Rights for a term of office of 9 years, which shall be commenced no later than 3 months after this election. Congratulations, Madam Arnoldsdottir. Then, with respect to a judge to the European Court of Human Rights for Denmark, here we had the total number of members voting 189. We had 3 spoiled or blank ballot papers. The absolute majority of the votes cast is 95. The number of valid votes is 186. The results were as follows. Mr. Mohammed Assa, 10 votes. Madam Anne-Louise Haar Borman, 139 votes. And Mr. John Esben Vam, 37 votes. That means that Madam Borman, having obtained an absolute majority of votes cast, is elected judge of the European Court of Human Rights for a term of office of 9 years, which shall commence no later than 3 months after her election. I congratulate Madam Borman with her election in our Court of Human Rights. Having done this part of the business, we now go further with the next point on our item of business, and that is the presentation of our General Secretary, Madam Madam Maria Pecinovic-Buric at the beginning of a year of her vision on the future of this Council of Europe and what is at stake. And afterwards she will take questions. We have 1 hour for this item on the agenda. Madam Secretary General, you have the floor.
Mesdames et Messieurs les parlementaires, c'est avec plaisir que je vous retrouve en cette année qui promet d'être importante pour l'Europe. Je crois pouvoir dire, sans exagérer, que les problèmes rencontrés par notre continent depuis que je suis secrétaire général du Conseil de l'Europe sont d'une ampleur inédite depuis sa création, notamment avec une pandémie qui a fait des millions de victimes et nous a imposé d'énormes changements dans nos modes de vie. Le retour d'actes d'agression militaire d'une envergure que beaucoup pensaient impossible, avec les graves conséquences qu'ils entraînaient. À commencer par les souffrances terribles infligées au peuple ukrainien et continue de faire face à l'injustice avec force et courage. Le Conseil de l'Europe, y compris son Assemblée parlementaire, a décidé d'une seule et même voix l'an dernier d'exclure la Fédération de Russie en raison de cette agression brutale et illégale qui se poursuit. Ce fut une décision rapide et juste. La Russie a rompu avec les valeurs qui fondent et unissent notre famille européenne. Elle n'a pas sa place ici. Notre priorité aujourd'hui est de soutenir l'Ukraine, notre État membre. Nous le faisons par tous les moyens possibles, en proposant notre expertise au procureur général de l'Ukraine pour collecter les preuves des crimes de guerre commis par la Russie, en aidant nos États membres à accueillir, aider et intégrer les réfugiés venus se mettre en sécurité sur leur territoire, et en élaborant le nouveau plan d'action conjoint pour la résilience, la relance et la reconstruction qui aidera à remettre l'Ukraine sur pied autant que possible dès à présent et lorsque les violences auront pris fin. Des comptes devront être rendus. Nous le devons à l'Ukraine, tout comme nous devons lui garantir les droits fondamentaux et un avenir européen. Tous les acteurs du Conseil de l'Europe, que ce soit le Comité des ministres, l'Assemblée parlementaire, la Cour, le Congrès, la commissaire aux droits de l'homme ou encore la Banque de développement, sont fermement unis dans cette volonté. Nous serons là pour l'Ukraine aussi longtemps qu'il le faudra. Le contexte est bien sûr plus large. L'agression commise par la Fédération de Russie est exemple le plus extrême d'une tendance terrible. Populisme et nationalisme fanatique refont surface dans certaines parties de l'Europe. Des minorités sont prises comme boucs émissaires. Des mouvements anti-droits se développent. Des voix belliqueuses cherchent à saper les institutions qui fondent nos sociétés démocratiques, notre civilisation démocratique. Tout cela va à l'encontre des valeurs et des normes dont la défense est notre raison d'être. Alors, plutôt que de considérer isolément les conséquences de l'agression russe, nous devrions plutôt y voir un exemple terrible du résultat de cet effondrement. Ce sont des milliers de victimes de viols, de blessés et de tués en Ukraine, et des millions d'autres qui ont perdu leur toit, leurs moyens de subsistance et leurs proches. En Fédération de Russie même, la population n'est plus protégée par la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme. Soumise à un contrôle toujours plus strict, elle n'a plus aucun moyen de s'informer sur ce que fait réellement son gouvernement et sur les conséquences terribles de ses actions. Sur tout notre continent, beaucoup de pays sont en proie à des difficultés croissantes et craignent pour leur propre sécurité. Tandis que le prix des denrées alimentaires, des combustibles et d'autres biens s'envole, les services de base deviennent hors de prix et le niveau de vie de la population diminue. Telle est la réalité de la situation géopolitique en Europe aujourd'hui. Les droits fondamentaux, politiques et sociaux, en clair, les droits de l'homme, sont bafoués. Tout le monde souffre et il faut que cela cesse. En définitive, c'est bien la mission qui a été assignée au Conseil de l'Europe à sa création. C'est bien pour cela qu'il dispose d'un mandat et d'un espace juridique commun sans équivalent dans l'histoire de notre continent et même du reste du monde. Alors, quelle doit être notre réponse? Je ne veux pas seulement parler de notre réponse à la violence qui secoue aujourd'hui notre continent, mais aussi à la tendance plus profonde que celle-ci représente. Que devons-nous faire de plus? Quelles actions nos États membres doivent-ils mener pour assurer que les droits de l'homme, la démocratie et l'état de droit ne seront pas considérés comme une curiosité du XXe siècle, un souvenir lointain, pour s'assurer qu'ils seront toujours considérés comme les fondations de notre dignité, de notre sécurité et de notre prospérité, pour ce siècle et les suivants. Ce sont des questions qui devront être posées au 4e sommet des chefs d'État et de gouvernement du Conseil de l'Europe. J'appelle clairement de mes vœux ce sommet depuis quelque temps déjà, et je sais gré aux présidences italiennes, irlandaises et islandaises du Comité des ministres d'avoir fait en sorte qu'il puisse se tenir à Reykjavik en mai. Il revient évidemment aux États membres d'en établir l'ordre du jour précis, mais je ne doute pas qu'ils tiendront compte des conclusions du rapport publié par le groupe de réflexion de haut niveau automne dernier et du rapport que vous adopterez cet après-midi. Je suivrai vos débats avec un grand intérêt. Certainly, and as a starting point, Reykjavik will provide national leaders with the opportunity to respond to current events by recommitting to our European values and standards. The European Convention must be implemented. The judgments of the European Court of Human Rights must be executed, always swiftly and in full, by all our member states. And our range of instruments must continue to do their good work in tackling everything from the rights of national and language minorities to preventing violence against women and domestic violence, to ensuring the rights of children, Roma and travelers, migrants, refugees and asylum seekers and LGBTI people. But I am clear, as I'm sure that you are too, that while this summit must restate government's commitment to our values, it cannot take a business as usual approach. Given the realities around us, it must be more ambitious than that. Ukraine must take center stage at the summit. Accountability of the death and destruction caused by the Russian aggression is vital. There can be no sustainable peace without justice. And at the Council of Europe, we are ready to play its part. In addition, member states must now acknowledge, halt, and reverse the democratic backsliding that has been a hallmark of recent years. and which is in the root cause of violence, discrimination, and suffering for so many. There is a range of ways in which they can do this. They can strengthen and complete the human rights architecture that maintains our common standards by reinforcing institutions at the national level, of course, but also by taking steps at the international level, not least in completing the European Union's accession to the European Convention on Human Rights, on which so much good work has been done by both the European Union and the Council of Europe working together. Member States can also push forward with the application of our values to the new and evolving challenges facing our modern societies, so that environmental standards are strengthened and artificial intelligence improves our lives without undermining our fundamental rights. And of course, Reykjavik will also give member states a chance to say what they will do to restore the specific rights, freedoms, and features of democratic life that are in decline across our continent. Will they take proactive steps to guarantee freedom of expression at a time when the media often targeted, restricted, and curtailed for political purposes? Will they act to protect, nurture, and expand the civic space that gives such meaning, legitimacy, and color to our democratic life, but which is often shrinking along as civil society organizations wither? Will they further apply such thinking to the situation on our doorstep too? Specifically, will they bring forward new thinking on how we can better engage with civil society from Belarus and the Russian Federation, where individuals and organizations who share our outlook are in danger of being more isolated than ever? Cooperation between their governments and this organization has been rightly curtailed because of the aggression against Ukraine. But member states have already stated their wish to see engagement with democratic forces and civil society without putting activists in danger. And there have already been important developments on this front. Most obviously, the Council of Europe's contact group on Belarus, whose second meeting will be held this week and will agree on concrete practical support the Council of Europe can provide to the Belarusian democratic forces and civil society. The contact group is a unique forum, and I'm proud that the Council of Europe is breaking new ground here, helping its membership to advance their thinking and ideas. Their governments disregards their wish for a better future. We never will. On this subject, and all subjects, progress will be made possible by the strength of political will in the lead-up to the summit, at the event itself, and in follow-through to the decisions taken there. At our recent meeting, the Icelandic Prime Minister said something very important. She said that she would like her country to host a summit whose declaration deepens member states' commitment to the Council of Europe and to the Council's values, and does not simply reaffirm them. That it should show an organization created in the aftermath of the World War II, but relevant to the challenges of today. I fully agree. Ongoing events on our continent show the need for governments to correct course and to reinvest their faith and their efforts in peace, and in the Council of Europe, which is fundamentally a peace project. Peace underpinned by the values and standards into which so much time, work, and faith have been invested since 1949. We, all of us in this organization, are ready to play our part. to deliver on the promise of a better and peaceful future for Europe. That is the challenge to which we must rise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General, for your introduction at the beginning of this new and most challenging year. Now we are going to give the floor to first speakers on behalf of the political groups and then to others to ask questions to you. Questions must be limited to 30 seconds. And the first question comes from Mr. Stefan Schenach from Austria, and Stefan speaks on behalf of the group of Socialists, Greens and Democrats. Stefan.
Dear Madam General Secretary, today the German Foreign Minister named Osman Kavala. And before I ask you, I want to thank Mr. Ahmed Yildiz that our rapporteurs could go and visit Kavala in prison. But this is not enough. And what will the Council of Ministers do to fulfill the judgment of the European Human Rights Court regarding Kavala?
Thank you, Stefan. Madam Secretary General.
Well, let me start by saying that I deeply deplore the decision of the Regional Court of Appeal on 28th of December, which upheld the judgment from an Istanbul court sentencing Osman Kavala on a life imprisonment, disregarding ECHR judgment, and I only can say that this is another step in the wrong direction. I know that Mr. Kavala has appealed to this judgment, so there are at least in judicial terms, there are still avenues in which can correct this wrongdoing, I would say, and wrong taking. It was clearly said also, you mentioned the speech of the Federal Minister Baerbock, and I can only repeat, the execution of the European Court judgments are not optional. Every country, so that includes Turkey, who signed the European Convention on Human Rights, must abide by judgments. So with this, I can only say that while we are looking on this judicial front, what may happen, following the logic of the convention, I can only say, I think what also was the meaning of the federal minister's speech, that I call for authorities to release Osman Kavala immediately, because the court was very clear on in its judgments that this was the way how he was judged, and the evidence was really not valid, and that Osman Kavala should be freed. Now, for the supervision of the judgments, it is clear the mandate of the Committee of Ministers. That already for some time, the Committee of Ministers has stepped up its work in this case, which means that at every meeting, not only at the human rights meeting 4 times a year, or less in some cases, the non-executed judgments are reviewed. So at each meeting of the deputies, this is the case. It is on the table. So this is certainly one important step. The Committee of Ministers also took another step, which is forming a liaison group of ambassadors that would assist chair in liaising with the authorities in Turkey. You mentioned the Parliamentary Assembly monitoring Mr. Howell and Chilovic, who went to Turkey, and I think it was very good that they have opportunity to meet with Mr. Kavala. My understanding is that his message was very important, that we really keep insisting on what is the way to proceed with this. And I can only say that it was a very important message that also was given through the media. And I can only commend that the Parliamentary Assembly went on that step. So what more can be done? There was also a meeting on more technical level, but high-level technical level, so to see how we can proceed with that. And of course, the Committee of Ministers in its human rights meeting in December asked from all of us, including me, to step up our actions, whichever they may be, towards our member state Turkey, to release Osman Kavala and to execute the judgment. So, from my part, of course, I have been doing that in the past in my meetings with the foreign minister, and I will, of course, continue to do so. But it remains one of these, unfortunately, flagship, most probably visible at the moment cases in which it is clear why we need to have the summit and why we need to one of possible things to have on the summit to really recommit to the values and standards, because that would mean also implementation of the ECHR and including execution of judgments.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. Next question comes from Madam Deborah Bergamini from Italy, and she speaks on behalf of the EPP group. Deborah.
Grazie. La deputata greca Eva Kaili si trova in un carcere belga dal 9 dicembre, custodia cautelare. I suoi legali, non smentiti, hanno denunciato violazioni ai suoi danni ascrivibili a tortura. Freddo, isolamento ingiustificato, impossibilità di lavarsi sebbene avesse il ciclo, illuminazione costante per non farla dormire. Ha visto la sua bambina di 2 anni solo 2 volte. C'è molto silenzio su questa vicenda. Tutti i detenuti meritano pari umanità e rispetto. Chiedo al Segretario Generale se intenda prendere una posizione su questa vicenda.
Madam Secretary General.
You are right. All of our member states are bound by the European Convention on Human Rights, and that includes presumption of innocence, that includes prohibition of torture or inhuman and degrading treatment. That being said, that it applies to all countries, and including the case you are mentioning. I'm sure that this is the matter to be handled by the Belgian judicial system. And I must say that from the experience we have, I trust the system of balances and checks and balances in Belgium. But of course, I'm sure that we must all be very watchful of situations which are precarious, and certainly situations of people who are deprived of liberty are those cases. So I can only say that I trust that the Belgian authorities will do what is necessary if the alleged cases, as you mentioned it, are true.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. Next question comes from Francesca Hope from Liechtenstein, and she speaks on behalf of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats in Europe. Francesca.
Zu Beginn möchte ich der Generalsekretärin für ihre Ausführungen danken. Der Europarat ist nach wie vor die wichtigste Organisation in Europa, die sich für die Förderung und den Schutz der Menschenrechte, der Demokratie und der Rechtsstaatlichkeit einsetzt. Prinzipien, die wir heute mehr denn je aufrechterhalten müssen. Der Europäische Gerichtshof für Menschenrechte spielt eine besondere Rolle, wenn es darum geht, sicherzustellen, dass alle Mitgliedstaaten die Menschenrechte und die politischen Freiheiten, wie sie in der Konvention festgehalten sind, schützen. Die Russische Föderation ist zu Recht nicht mehr Mitglied dieser Organisation. Dies entbindet sie jedoch nicht von ihrer verbindlichen rechtlichen Verpflichtung, Urteile des Gerichtshofs zu Verstößen umzusetzen, die vor ihrem Ausscheiden aus der Europäischen Menschenrechtskonvention begangen werden. Was haben Sie getan, was können Sie tun, um die Rechte von russischen Aktivisten und Oppositionellen zu schützen, die sich für die Demokratie, Menschenrechte und Rechtsstaatlichkeit einsetzen? Danke.
Thank you, Francesca. Madam Secretary General.
As you rightly mentioned, Russian Federation ceased to be a high contracting party to the European Convention on Human Rights on the 16th of September. However, all the court cases taken before that and all the future possible cases that may be directed, applications that may be directed against Russian Federation of the matter that occurred before the 16th of September can be adjudicated by the European Court. So that concerns how the future may bring even more cases, even though the Russian Federation is no longer the contracting party. Now for the part of the implementation of the judgments, I think the number of cases that pending coming from Russian Federation are among the four biggest numbers that we have pending at the court, and it includes also the implementation. So under the international law, the Russian Federation remains obliged to implement all the cases that have been adjudicated by the court, and the Committee of Ministers continues supervision of the judgments. At its last meeting in December, the Committee of Ministers in this format, which we call human rights format, was discussing how to proceed with the cases, because they strongly deplored, and I can only also say that I deplore it in the same way, that Russian Federation decided earlier on not to implement the court judgments. And furthermore, it decided not to participate in these meetings of the supervision of the judgments, neither to communicate with the Committee of Ministers. However, the Committee of Ministers will continue its work, and when it comes to how to communicate to the Russian Federation on the decisions taken by the Committee of Ministers, it has tasked me, as now it's the third member state, so it's not a member state of the Council of Europe, to send each time when it deliberates on and takes decisions, to inform the foreign minister of Russian Federation on their obligation. And I've done for that meeting already, I sent the letter on the 9th of December, and in the future I will continue doing so. There is one important thing which you can find in the report of high-level reflection group that was done as part of the reflection, what may be discussed as at the future summit, and it concerns the implementation of judgments, and in particular implementation of judgments directed to Russian Federation. So as the Russian Federation remains obliged under the international law to implement it, it can be probably discussed and see how to have more strategic way in doing so, so that more interaction between Council of Europe and United Nations could be, so that these cases can be also brought as a case of breach of international law before UN bodies. So this is one of the ways where, although we don't have direct access to the Russian Federation, we can still influence that Russian Federation is pressed to abide by the decisions taken duly by the execution of the judgments of the courts. So in that respect, I think that's very important, not only because so many people are deprived at this moment from being protected in Russian Federation by the convention, but also that they will see that for what has been done during the membership and after 6 months after it ceases to be High Court party to the Council of Europe, that Russian Federation is still under the obligation to implement the judgments.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. Next question comes from Richard Keane from the United Kingdom, and Richard speaks on behalf of the ECDA group. Richard, you have the floor.
Madam Secretary General, you mentioned your high-level reflection group. You refused to allow this assembly to participate in the appointments to that group.
Richard, please use the microphone, because then perhaps you couldn't start again.
I'm obliged. Madam Secretary General, you mentioned your high-level reflection group. You refused to allow this assembly to participate in the appointments to that group. And I ask, was that wise when it transpires that 2 of the people you appointed were board members of the Fight Impunity NGO that has been implicated in the Qatar scandal in the European Parliament?
Madam Secretary General.
Well, I can say that I don't disagree with your assessment of the results of the high-level reflection group. I think it worked in a very expedient manner, because it was at the moment when I was tasked by the Committee of Ministers to set up the group. It was clear that it is very important, and that Committee of Ministers will partially also take a look into the result of the report of the high-level reflection group when deciding whether to take up the summit or not. So they were really up to the challenge regarding the time. I was also, having that in mind, applying the method how to choose the members, and I can only say that their quality of the work that they have and the relevance of their findings is really outstanding, and that can be one of the documents that can be used by the Committee of Ministers when deciding on the agenda. As I am sure that your report that will be discussed today, and I will really listen it very carefully, will also make the part. So Parliamentary Assembly, with its collective wisdom, will have a report that will certainly feed in the reflection on the summit. Now, for how the group was formed, I must say that I really make the best effort to have a very coherent approach, to have quality, geographical, political, and gender-balanced approach in the group of 7 that finally started to work. And that group of 7 included some former members of the Parliamentary Assembly. For me, that was very important, that some former members of the Parliamentary Assembly were there, so that this approach that from parliamentarians may be also was somewhere in while reflecting on what would be the proposals made for possible reflection on what would be a gender and possible giveaway from the summit. And I would just say that I was very enchanted and very much impressed by the person who chaired the group, who was chosen among the 7, and that's Mary Robinson of Ireland. You probably all know Mary Robinson, former former president of Ireland, but also she has in her career has many important functions which made her a perfect chair of this group. And under her leadership, I think the result which the group proposed really can be very useful for the future reflection on how to put the agenda of the forthcoming summit.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. Last question on behalf of the political groups come from André Hunko from Germany on behalf of the UEL group. André.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident, Frau Generalsekretärin. Ich warte mal. Wir sind ja alle auf dem Weg nach Reykjavik zum Gipfel und auch die deutsche Außenministerin und Sie eben haben auch schon ein paar Punkte angesprochen, die wichtig sind. Dazu gehört die Stärkung des Gerichtshofes, dazu gehört generell auch die Stärkung des Europarates, den Frau Baerbock sehr deutlich gemacht hat. Dazu gehört die Erweiterung auch der Grundrechte um Umweltrechte und auch die Frage der künstlichen Intelligenz. Ein Punkt ist, glaube ich, sehr wichtig, Beitritt der EU zur Menschenrechtskonvention. Vielleicht könnten Sie da zum aktuellen Stand was sagen. Es wäre wunderbar, wenn wir in Reykjavik diesen Prozess abschließen könnten. Soweit ich weiß, ist kurz vor Abschluss, aber es gibt noch ein paar Schwierigkeiten, wenn Sie dazu was sagen können.
Danke sehr, André. Madam Secretary General.
Thank you very much. I think for this organization, holding up the summit is the best news that we have. And holding it with a meaning for our citizens across our 46 member states, it's even more important. So I think, as the rules say, the agenda pertains to the mandate of the Committee of Ministers to decide on that. But as I mentioned, you will have your say through the report that you will discuss today, and the reflection group made its proposal, and a number of other documents certainly will feed in this reflection. I can only repeat that for me, the most important part, having in mind that we are facing the situation that we thought we will never have in Europe, which is the war in the heart of Europe, already waging for almost a year. And that shows that we really need to find a way to recommit to the values, because as it was mentioned by some, there were some signs, and there are some worrying signs of departing from some of our standards. I think the summit should give an answer, a possible solution. How should we in the future first be more united, send a message of united around the values? Because yes, we are geographically defined organization, but I think what is more important, and probably now in the wartime more than ever important, is that what unites us are values, not only our geographical definition that we are in Europe, on the continent that is ours. So I think recommitting to the values should be the overarching task for our leaders with the summit. Support for Ukraine goes without saying, because support to Ukraine at the same time will tackle the issue of how to bring peace back to our continent. And unfortunately, Ukraine is probably the most horrible, the most horrific example where the war wages for so long. But we have other places where also conflicts didn't cease or appear. So I think assisting Ukraine in a number of ways will also help us actually rebuilding peace in Europe. And I'm sure that I was earlier on responding to the question, how do we make European Convention on Human Rights implemented in all of our member states, including the execution of judgments. I think if we achieve, or if we get closer to the moment where we will have the whole of Europe, including European Union, to abide by the European Convention on Human Rights, meaning that it accedes to it, I believe we will certainly make a big leap forwards, because that is very, very much needed for Europe. Of course, work with the Belarusian democratic forces and civil society, and also those who uphold our values and civil society from Russian Federation, certainly are important elements that may be decided, because it was when Russia was expelled, rightly so, almost a year ago, it was clearly said that we will need to take care of the civil society and of the developments in that part of the world. So I think that will be a follow-up on this very important decision. And of course, you mentioned, the last but not least, the new challenges, because some of these things I mentioned are already long-standing challenges. And if you go back and look at some of the issues that were taken at some former summit, although they happened long ago, for instance, European Convention on Human Rights, its execution of judgments and implementation, that seems that we have to rework on some work that has been done, but also that we take the challenges of our times. And I think that also Federal Minister was very clear on that. Most obvious are two areas in which we engaged to work on. And I must praise in that respect Parliamentary Assembly, which was more vocal, especially for environmental protection and human rights, longer before than it was taken up in the whole organization, but also for another pressing issues with artificial intelligence. For artificial intelligence, it was clear decision in the Hamburg that the negotiations on some future legal instrument which will combine legally binding and non-binding elements should be taken, and as the minister said, hopefully these negotiations will end this year. But it's certainly important also for the summit to address this, especially when it comes to environmental protection and human rights, because this is the issue that really horizontally is, I think, affecting all of us, because if the things continue to erode, then human rights will erode even quicker, and then probably we will not have to anything to work on, because it would be physically impossible. So I think environmental protection is really the most urgent of the new challenges that is there. But artificial intelligence also, because of its speed development and the need that, while really giving us opportunities to work better and quicker and more efficient, that it really do not undermine the fundamental values. So I think the summit may go further than that, may then elaborate also and specific action plan how to, from the big items, go to the roadmap. But I think somewhere along these lines, there are probably the important things to be taken at the summit. But that being said, I always repeated that it is the matter to be decided by the Committee of Ministers.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. Now we take 3 questions together, and then you can react on them. The first question comes from George Folks from the United Kingdom. George?
Thank you, Mr. President. The conveners of the European Political Community meeting seem to forget about the Council of Europe. What are you doing to make sure that we play a key role in future developments?
Thank you. Prochain orateur est Monsieur Bernard Fournier de la France. Bernard?
Oui, Madame la Secrétaire générale, vous venez de désigner un nouveau représentant spécial sur les crimes de haine antisémite et anti-musulmane et toute forme d'intolérance religieuse. Pouvez-vous nous indiquer quelle sera sa feuille de route? Et pouvez-vous également nous préciser les leçons tirées de la polémique qui avait concerné la campagne de communication intitulée « La liberté dans le hijab », qui avait mis en évidence une carence dans le processus de communication, ce qui a conduit à mettre le Conseil de l'Europe en porte-à-faux sur le plan institutionnel. Le nouveau représentant spécial aura-t-il une mission particulière à cet égard? Je vous remercie.
Merci à vous, Bernard. And the last of this series of questions comes from Mr. Bernard Paul Zygmunt from Hungary.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Secretary General, for Hungary, providing credible support for the Euro-Atlantic integration of the Western Balkans along a clear European perspective is a strategic priority. Your Excellency, where do you see the added value of the Council of Europe in this process? Thank you.
Madam Secretary General, would you please answer to the three remarks?
Thank you very much. So starting with the EPC, I have to tell you that in my at least last half a year meetings with all high-level meetings I had, either in Strasbourg or in the member states, I raised with all those who participated in the last EPC, or first EPC meeting, how they see that and what is their appreciation of in relation to the Council of Europe. So I think the underlining message was EPC is a formal meeting. It has no intention to become an organization with a secretariat, and it deals almost solely with the issues that are not dealt by the Council of Europe. What is true, that it geographically almost covers all of our member states, and not all of member states, so let's see for the next summit. In particular, I met with the President of the Republic of Moldova, who is holding the next meeting, at a time when it was not yet convened, but it was set to be somewhere in the spring. So I also with her developed quite much on that. So she also reassured me of these issues, that there is no contradiction between the EPC and the Council of Europe, that the role of the Council of Europe is very clear, and it's not conflicting with the EPC, or rather EPC is not conflicting with the Council of Europe. And at that time, I asked her, of course, to take care also that while I think the date of our summit was already decided at the time we met, that it does not collide with us. So now this meeting is convened for the 1st of June. It does not collide with our meeting, and I believe that what I heard, and I must tell you that was either I was told that by those who participated, either presidents or prime ministers. So I was really reassured that the EPC has different structure and different areas of concern. Now, pour la question de M. Fournier, vous avez soulevé deux questions qui, de mon point de vue, ne sont pas nécessairement liées. Donc, une, c'est l'accident avec Twitter, que j'ai déjà exprimé ma position là-dessus. Donc, le résultat qui a été mis dans les médias sur le Twitter par une des groupes de travail, par un ONG, n'est pas la position qui est du Conseil de l'Europe, ni de moi-même. Donc, en partant par cela, j'ai pris les mesures de revoir comment notre travail, en ce qui concerne le travail sur les médias sociaux, est géré. Et on s'est rendu compte qu'on a beaucoup trop de médias sociaux, qui se sont développées au fur et à mesure avec le temps. Donc, j'ai entre-temps donné la tâche à secrétaire général adjoint de gérer le travail avec tout le secrétariat pour réviser la politique, donc pour réduire le nombre de Twitter qui pouvaient vraiment être gérés par le secrétariat. Donc ce travail est presque fait. Ça continue parce qu'il y a plusieurs, donc il ne s'agit pas seulement de Twitter, il s'agit de Facebook, Instagram et des autres. Donc la leçon a été tirée, malheureusement avec comment dire, dans une situation qui n'était pas ni souhaitable ni bonne pour le Conseil de l'Europe. Mais j'espère qu'avec cette nouvelle approche, ce résultat ne se passerait pas. En ce qui concerne mon représentant spécial pour ce qui est les crimes antisémites et de toute autre forme de la haine religieuse, ce poste existe depuis plus que 2 ans. Je crois que le travail qui a été mené a montré qu'à l'intérieur du Conseil de l'Europe, mais aussi avec nos contacts à l'extérieur avec des personnes ou personnalités qui s'occupent de ces questions de nos États membres, était une bonne décision. Donc, je crois que la voie qu'on a prise, à mon sens, elle est bonne et il faut continuer à travailler. Parce que plus on fait, comme on l'a dit toujours, plus on voit la nécessité de faire en plus. Et quand on aussi rencontre des gens qui font la même chose au niveau de nos États membres, là, on se rend compte qu'on peut faire ensemble encore plus. Donc, je crois que le travail pour l'instant, j'ai 2 représentants spéciaux, un pour l'immigration, un pour des crimes antisémites et des crimes de haine, tout autre crime de haine sur le point de vue religieux continuera à se tenir. And the third question concerning the Western Balkans, enlargement to the European Union and what is the role of the Council of Europe. Council of Europe has been known since many years, well, since this possibility of the Iron Curtain was down, and the possibility for former Eastern and Central European countries who were, for whom, for obvious reasons, it was not possible to join the European Union. Council of Europe was a first step, actually. Sometimes they call it Antichambre. Sometimes it was called working together. I think this Antichambre was in particular in the beginning because these the same member states were not members of the Council of Europe either in the 90s, for instance, or then beginning of 2000s. Now we have the situation where all these member countries, or almost all, are the members, those who have possibility for joining the European Union, who have candidate or potential candidate status. And we have developed over years very good cooperation with the European Union, where we provide our knowledge and standards in order to assist our member states, actually, in preparing for the enlargement. And possibly one of the items because that was also part which was covered by the work of the high-level reflection group, was how the Council of Europe could or should improve a relation with, in particular, EU, as it is the biggest partner at the moment, UN and OSCE, which from the international perspective at this moment seem the most relevant. And certainly our relationship with the European Union is being established under the Memorandum of Understanding that dates from 2007. And probably, as things have changed dramatically, Council of Europe grew up, but even more, European Union has enlarged. Probably we can step up this relationship further. So This is one avenue to be explored by the Committee of Ministers, whether some decisions on that front may be important for our leaders to take it at the summit. In my view, these are, because we are very vocal on once the Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova gained the candidate status for the European Union membership. Georgia has some points to fulfill, and probably and hopefully also soon will also become candidate country. So the number is enlarging outside of Western Balkans, also to our member states who are in other parts of Europe. So I think we have standards, ways and means that where we can really be very, very useful and helpful in that. And I hope that in the future our relation may be bigger and more important. Whether that would mean changing this institutional setup that we have with the Memorandum of Understanding, that remains to be decided by our leaders, and how much attention to the question of generally our relation, Council of Europe relation with other international bodies, notably European Union, UN, and the OSCE, should be taken in the future is again for the member states to decide.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General. As we now have run out of time, I have to conclude the questions to you. And on behalf of the Assembly, I want to thank you most warmly for your statement and for answering the questions. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General. The next item of business this afternoon is the debate on the most relevant report titled The Reykjavik Summit of the Council of Europe United Around Values in the Face of Extraordinary Challenges, which you find in document 15681, presented by Madam Fiona O'Loughlin on behalf of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy. In order, dear colleagues, to finish by 8 p.m., we have to interrupt the list of speakers at about 7:35 to allow time for the reply and vote on the draft resolution and recommendation. I now call Madam O'Loughlin, Rapporteur. Fiona, you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes to reply at the end of the debate. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And dear President, dear Tini, Secretary-General and colleagues, Europe, no doubt, is confronted with extraordinary and grave challenges. And grave moments such as these must be matched by great ambition, and that is why we are here on this day at this time. The Russian Federation is waging a brutal war of aggression against Ukraine in defiance of international law, including the Council of Europe Statute, the Helsinki Final Act and the Charter of the United Nations. The human suffering endured by the Ukrainian population is unbearable to hear and to see on our phones and on our television screens, and we have borne witness to that suffering over the last 12 months. We have seen the unconscionable targeting of civilians. We've seen terrified children sheltering in bunkers. We've seen city centres crumbling, but we've also seen the stoic dignity and courage of the Ukrainian people, and we stand with you. It's important to say that this aggression goes way beyond Ukraine in terms of its consequences. All Europeans are impacted through higher energy costs, the displacement of people, and the effects of a virulent economic recession. The Council of Europe is impacted by this war, which we did not manage to prevent. And yet, the Council of Europe has also reacted in line with its principles by excluding the Russian Federation from its membership immediately and expressing its firm support for Ukraine and the Ukrainians. Europe has changed, but its values, our values, have not. We cannot allow this war of aggression to undermine Europe's foundations, which are the core mandate of this organisation: democracy, human rights and the rule of law. In the face of the extraordinary challenges that we face, these values must continue to be our compass. Faced with the brutality of this war of aggression, heads of state and government gathering in Reykjavik must reiterate that the pursuit of peace based upon justice and international cooperation is a vital precondition for the preservation of human society and civilization. They must reiterate that rules-based multilateralism is the pivot of international order and firmly reject unilateralism based on the use of force. The summit must give a clear political message in support of the sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity of Ukraine, and should call for financial support towards its reconstruction. It must also demand that a comprehensive system is set up to ensure that the Russian Federation is held accountable for violating international law and the damage and suffering it has caused. In the face of the extraordinary challenges that we face, the summit should also set a forward-looking vision and legacy for the Council of Europe of the future. While its areas of expertise should remain the same, democracy, human rights and the rule of law, the organisation should be given greater means to have an impact on its member states and stay ahead of developments, keeping up with societal change and responding to citizens' demands. There are three ways to achieve this objective. First and foremost, the Council of Europe should be given greater political clout. The Council of Europe is not only the guardian of human rights, democracy and the rule of law. It is not only an organisation with the technical expertise to draft legal standards. It is also a political community, as emphasised in the Vienna Declaration, which concluded the first summit in 1993. And it could not be otherwise, given that the Council of Europe is seized with matters which are of the highest political importance for the preservation of peace and security in member states and Europe as a whole. The Council of Europe is not a defence organisation, but by strengthening democracy, human rights and the rule of law in its member states, it contributes to democratic security for the whole continent. As a political body representing European citizens, our Assembly is ready to play its part in engaging with the Council of Europe's overall activities, acting as a forum for parliamentary diplomacy and as a multiplier of Council of Europe standards and values at national level. Second, the Council of Europe should be closer to citizens and more responsive to their expectations in terms of openness, transparency and active engagement. The summit should give a clear political signal to modernise the Council of Europe's working methods and to ensure that the organisation practices what it preaches. Greater openness would help the Council of Europe better communicate its aims while boosting its visibility. Third, a renewed, improved and reinforced organisation needs the financial resources to effectively carry out its mandate. The heads of state and government should make a political commitment to increase the ordinary budget of the Council of Europe in real terms, as already requested by the Assembly several times. A summit of heads of state and government is the appropriate level to ensure that the role of the Council of Europe as a political community is taken into account by the European multilateral architecture and is not sidelined or duplicated by other initiatives. In the European multilateral landscape, the natural partner of the Council of Europe is the European Union, and the summit should aim at upgrading relations between the Council of Europe and the European Union, strengthening the strategic partnership based on shared values and a shared interest in supporting rules-based multilateralism on a global scale. While the political declaration adopted at the summit should set a vision for the Council of Europe of the future, it should be complemented by an action plan spelling out specific deliverables. Thus, the summit should provide political support for strengthening Council of Europe tools and mechanisms, and when necessary, establishing new ones. Just to name a few of the many proposals before you, in the area of human rights, new legal instruments establishing the right to a safe, healthy and sustainable environment and to regulate artificial intelligence should be added to the Council of Europe's corpus of law. In the area of democracy, the summit should give an impetus to the Council of Europe's activities aimed at reversing the backsliding of democracy while addressing its root causes, for instance by enhancing citizens' trust in democratic processes. In the area of the rule of law, the summit should reiterate that strengthening the independence of the judiciary and fighting against corruption should be key priorities for the Council of Europe. Dear President, and I appreciate you have given me a little bit of extra time, Secretary-General and colleagues, Europe is going through a time of uncertainty and reversals which have heightened our feelings of insecurity and vulnerability. The Reykjavik summit is the place for European leaders to state their unequivocal confidence in our founding values. The aggression against Europe has been defined as a point of no return. It is our responsibility to ensure that this war also becomes the starting point for a renewed, improved and confident Council of Europe with a greater capacity to contribute to our shared democratic security and to respond to our citizens' real concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Rapporteur. And may I thank you, on behalf of the Assembly for the extraordinary work that you have done in the last months under high pressure in excellent cooperation with the ad hoc committee that was set up by the Bureau, in which all political groups and all committees were represented, and also in good cooperation with the expert group set up by the Secretary General of the Council of Europe. You have produced the most valuable report that we are now going to debate. And first in the debate, I call Mr. John Howard from the United Kingdom, and he speaks on behalf of the European Conservatives. John, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to start off by thanking the rapporteur for her excellent report. I mean, it goes to the heart of establishing some general principles on which we can operate. I also support her unequivocal support of Ukraine, and I think that that is an important point to make. I have the task in the UK of saying to my Prime Minister why he should attend this summit. For me, that is no problem. I can think of many reasons why he should attend this summit, but it is very difficult at the moment to think of reasons why a Prime Minister should attend that summit. What we have heard described is essentially a back-to-basics approach to what we should be doing. And there is nothing wrong with that. But there are some things in addition that we need to hear and to establish what we are going to do. And the first of those is to answer the question, but how? How are we going to establish that back-to-basics principle? And what we need in this is a series of mechanisms to do this. Perhaps a new protocol to the Treaty of London. Perhaps what we need are clear deliverables on a number of different areas that we can all sign up to. This is a dangerous time. I heard what the Secretary-General said about the EPC. It is a chaotic organization, but we will have to watch it carefully. But we will just have to wait and see on that. and it does affect what we do. It can affect what we do. Should we be concentrating on human rights? Of course we should be concentrating on human rights, but how we should be doing that is very difficult to see, and we need some clear deliverables about how that can be achieved. And if you look at the Australian example of what their view on the convention is, they said, and I quote, "It is far greater," this is the convention, "it is far greater than anything we have achieved on our continent, difficult and even miraculous." And I think if we hang on to that, that will be a good starting point for the future. Democracy, too, is something that we need to hang on to and to make more of. We can argue over the definitions of it, but those are really small compared with the importance of democracy as a whole. And I go on to say of the rule of law as well. I want to see a summit that looks beyond the current situation, that looks beyond the war in Ukraine, and sets up a Council of Europe that we can all be proud of and we can all participate in for the future.
Thank you, John. Next in the debate, I call Mr. Bjarni Jonsson from Iceland, and Bjarni speaks on behalf of the United European Left. Bjarni, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I would like to start by using the opportunity to thank the rapporteur, Mrs. Fiona O'Loughlin, for an excellent report on the Reykjavik summit. The invasion by Russia into Ukraine has brought Europe together more than ever before to take charge of its own future, and it has forced us to multilaterally choose our best path together for the future of our countries, people, and our ecosystems which our continued existence is built on. It has brought us together to fight unilateralism and defeat it. No nation or its authorities shall be able to impose their will upon others and against their will. Mutual respect is the key, strengthening shared identity and values and acting on it. The war in Europe and climate change has brought us together like never before to build a stronger multilateral architecture that we want for Europe, inclusive for all. I strongly agree with the rapporteur that climate change and right to a healthy environment should be a separate item on the agenda of the summit, making the way for the heads of state and governments of the Council of Europe to take the lead to establish environmental protection as a right, as well as taking further action against global warming. A legally binding framework to guarantee the rights to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment should be cemented at the summit. In that context, the Council of Europe could set up a cooperative framework in the area of the environment, similar to the European Commission for the Efficiency of Justice. The summit could create such a body and funds to secure it. A commission for the protection of the environment to be known as the Reykjavik Commission. I want to quote the host of the fourth summit in Reykjavik, the Prime Minister of Iceland, who said that all our principles are being tested now following the invasion of Russia into Ukraine. We should thus look towards the summit as a momentum for putting us to the test. Iceland is now, for the first time, issuing an open call for input for the fourth summit, and by doing so, it is moving closer to what is emphasized in the report, in expanding opportunities for civil participation and deliberative democracy. I hope that the open call will be an important step in this direction. The fourth summit would not be happening if PACE, the Parliamentary Assembly, and its president would not have taken the lead in an impressive and unified manner. Further, it is of the utmost importance that PACE is at center stage in preparation for the summit and the implementations of its outcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bjarni. Now in the debate, I call Mr. Ahmet Ünal Çeviköz from Turkey, and he speaks on behalf of the group of the Socialist Democrats and Greens. Ahmet, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Distinguished members of the Assembly, this report is the product of a journey we have been in for almost a year now. We have worked on it meticulously, and thanks to the talent and extraordinary efforts of our rapporteur, we are finalizing this journey today. Our group, right from the outset, has been an ardent supporter of the 4th Summit of the Council of Europe, and we support this excellent report. We have been in favor of the idea of a summit and this report because we are extremely concerned about the growing authoritarian tendencies in our continent. We are very worried about the violation of human rights, and we condemn the military aggression against the territorial integrity of Ukraine. All these developments increase the momentum, and we appreciate the support of the Secretary General for the initiative she has taken to establish the high-level reflection group, as well as the report they have prepared. This report is a prelude to the forthcoming summit. During the summit, we would certainly like to see an increased visibility of the pace, and we are glad to note that the Standing Committee will be present and representing us. The summit should make our institutions stronger. We should enhance the mechanisms for the implementation of the decisions of the ECHR. We should set out innovative ideas on dealing with non-members of the Council of Europe. We should look at all the dimensions of human rights, including social, cultural, and environmental aspects. I must underline particularly the importance of enhancing the political dimension of the Council of Europe by increasing the coordination with other institutions of the multilateral architecture, the call for the creation of a Council of Europe committee acting as a platform for the environmental protection, the call for the establishment of a commissioner for democracy. All these in the report are visionary proposals which we hope will be endorsed at the summit. But I'm not standing here in front of this August Assembly merely to praise the report and its rapporteur. This report is not an end in itself. It's not even the end of a beginning. I stand here to remind all of us that it is our duty and obligation to eventually crown this report with a meaningful, successful, and victorious summit meeting. For that, dear colleagues, we have to make it happen by participation at the highest level. I call to all our fellow parliamentarians that the summit will have its meaning by the representation of our states at the level of heads of government and state. Because our leaders have to demonstrate their determination to bring about a new understanding for protection of human rights, human dignity, and non-discrimination at all levels, to show their determination in combat against xenophobia, Islamophobia, to show their determination in protecting women's rights, children's rights, LGBT rights. I cannot help but quote with deep respect the wisdom of Martin Luther King Jr., where he said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." We have to demonstrate our determination by the highest level of presence in the summit to show our solidarity with all the migrants who had to leave their homelands because of civil wars, military aggression against the territorial integrity of neighbors, violation of internationally recognized borders, and all kinds of other injustices. So let us make it happen. Let us support this report unanimously. Let us make the summit the beginning of an end to all the violations against the values we defend, and let us stand again as a renewed council with a stronger mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. And now we are going to listen to Mr. Joseph O'Reilly from Ireland on behalf of the group of the EPP. Joe, you have the floor.
President, on behalf of EPP, I want to welcome Senator O'Loughlin's excellent report and indicate our support for the draft recommendations. It is with a natural pride that I acknowledge the pioneering work done on the 4th Summit during our Irish presidency and Ireland's continuing input with Iceland and others in ensuring a satisfactory outcome. It is Russia's brutal war of aggression in Ukraine that inspired the 4th Summit. Therefore, the Summit must decide on how to ensure Russia is held to account with an ad hoc international criminal tribunal in addition to the existing International Criminal Court and a compensation commission for damages that is under discussion. We must strengthen our strategic partnership with the EU in line with Assembly Regulation 2430. The accession of the EU to the European Convention on Human Rights has to be a priority objective. Our relationship with the UN and its strategic development goals is also vital and needs strengthening. All this is necessary while maintaining our position as the premier human rights body and, of course, the primacy of the European Court of Human Rights. The summit must take account of the continuing challenges presented by migration, aggravated by the mass of persons displaced from Ukraine as a result of tyranny. All states must fairly share responsibility and care. We should, in our handling of migration, avoid giving oxygen to the far right, and it is incumbent on all of us here not to engage in the populist stoking of fires. The tackling of climate change and its contribution is crucial. The individual's right to a clean environment needs legislative and legal expression. Gender equality and the fight against sexual violence and homophobia must be enshrined in the summit's final outcome. Obviously, sex trafficking has to be a key target of the summit. Great work is underway within PACE, inspired by Baroness Massey, and with which I've been actively involved on youth participation. The normalisation and prioritisation of youth participation in the governmental process must be a key outcome of this summit. Similarly, the role of the Congress of Local Representatives needs strengthening. Let us strengthen our institutions and commit our countries financially in a way that we will always have the courage and discretion to expel miscreant states, as we did in the case of Russia. Like so many here, I have had the privilege of sponsoring prisoners brutally incarcerated in Belarus. Their plight cannot and must not be ignored, and they must get special mention in the fourth summit. The fourth summit gives us a chance to reassert our values, strengthen our institutions, improve our cooperation with EU and UN. We look forward in hope to its outcome. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Joe. Last speaker on behalf of the political groups, Mr. Julian Bulai from Romania on behalf of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats in Europe. You have the floor, Julian.
Thank you so much, President. Dear Fiona, we are so happy that we are here today and that you are now presenting this report. And I know it's not been an easy task for you, but I'm very thankful that you have taken upon you this responsibility. And this is one of the two pillars of this assembly that has been crucial in preparing this assembly for the summit. One was the report that we are discussing today. The other one was the ad hoc committee, where both Tini and also the former chair of the ALDE group, Jacques Meyer, has had a great contribution to. So these two pillars are very important on behalf of our assembly to first look at ourselves, to look where we are now, to have a clear and a sincere image of this assembly and of this institution in order to create a better outcome of it through this summit. Because the summit is not the goal, but is a mean of doing better this institution. There are three things that are very important for us here. Address the issue of Ukraine and the necessity of an ad hoc international tribunal judging and punishing the crimes of aggression of Russia in Ukraine. Addressing the very needs of the countries where we can observe a degradation of democracy. This is why I strongly support, and we strongly support, the idea of creating a commissioner for democracy within institution. And the third point that is very important for us is to really look into the idea of the new generation of human rights and the challenges that are brought by the two challenges, digitalization and also environment. So if we have these three things on board, I think we'll be having a very good outcome of the summit. But the work till now has been done properly. The rest of the work is still to be done. And this is a task for both you, President, and also for you, Madam Secretary General. As you are witnessing this debate, take it seriously and also address it to the heads of states and governments that will be dealing with all these issues and proposals that have been discussed today. That being said, at the end of this intervention, I think it is fair to say that we have a mandate by voting this report in going home and spreading the word on the content of this report, but also asking our heads of states and governments to commit themselves to have a confirmation to a participation for the summit in order to have a success that should be echoed very many years ahead from now. So let us work till the very end in preparing this summit in order to have a fresh start in June. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Now we continue with the list of speakers. Prochain orateur est M. Damien Coutier de la Suisse. Damien.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, et toutes mes félicitations à notre collègue Fiona O'Loughlin pour cet excellent rapport. On sait qu'il y a eu beaucoup de travail et beaucoup de coordination, de consultation derrière, et ça donne vraiment une impulsion de la part de notre Assemblée pour ce sommet, qui est véritablement un ancrage fort pour le début des discussions qui auront lieu à Reykjavik. Et je me réjouis également, comme d'autres l'ont mentionné, de la tenue de ce sommet. Madame la Secrétaire Générale, Monsieur le Président, je sais que vous avez fait beaucoup d'efforts pour qu'il ait lieu, et c'est important qu'il ait lieu. Un de nos collègues tout à l'heure disait qu'il n'était pas si facile de convaincre son Premier ministre d'aller à Reykjavik. Moi, j'ai discuté il n'y a pas si longtemps avec le président de la Confédération suisse. C'était en fait assez facile de le convaincre, parce qu'il a tout de suite dit « c'est très important que les États réaffirment l'engagement qu'ils ont pris au sein du Conseil de l'Europe, au fond pour les mêmes raisons qu'a dit ce matin la ministre des Affaires étrangères de l'Allemagne, parce que c'est essentiel que nous ayons cette institution sur notre continent pour assurer la démocratie et les droits de l'homme, mais aussi pour assurer les fondements de la paix. Et au fond, ce que nous n'avons pas assez réussi à faire dans un pays comme la Russie montre que c'est un échec du Conseil de l'Europe, mais que par conséquent, il ne faut pas moins de Conseil de l'Europe, il faut plus de Conseil de l'Europe. Et il faut donc que les chefs d'État et de gouvernement s'engagent en étant présents au sommet, mais en s'engageant à l'égard de cette institution pour que finalement elle ait plus de moyens à l'avenir pour faire ce qu'elle doit faire. Et là derrière, j'aimerais juste mettre le point sur quelques priorités qui me semblent essentielles et qui figurent dans le rapport et le projet de résolution. C'est évidemment d'insister sur l'importance centrale du respect des arrêts, de l'exécution des arrêts de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme. C'est véritablement un pilier central et unique au monde de notre institution, et il faut absolument qu'on ait un commitment, un engagement clair des États par rapport à ça, et possiblement une amélioration du processus de suivi. C'est évidemment, et je suis ravi qu'on puisse en discuter jeudi dans le cadre du rapport sur l'agression de l'Ukraine, la création de ce tribunal ad hoc pour le crime d'agression, qui est absolument essentiel, parce que la paix se construit sur la justice, et que donc il faut que la justice puisse intervenir aussi sur cette question de l'agression. C'est la question de l'observation des élections, qui est une des missions fondamentales de notre institution et qu'on peut améliorer. Et à cet égard, il y aura organisé par l'Assemblée parlementaire une conférence à Berne les 9 et 10 mai à ce sujet, soutenue par le Parlement suisse. Je vous invite à y participer. J'espère qu'elle pourra influencer aussi la déclaration du sommet. C'est bien qu'il y ait un ancrage à ce sujet dans la résolution. Et enfin, la jeunesse, vous l'avez dit ce matin, Monsieur le Président, vous l'avez dit, Madame la Secrétaire Générale, quand on pensait à la mémoire de l'Holocauste, à quel point c'est essentiel que la jeunesse du continent soit appelée à réfléchir à ces événements. Il est aussi essentiel qu'elle s'occupe de démocratie, de droits de l'homme et d'état de droit. Et merci, Fiona, de l'avoir mentionné de manière explicite dans ce projet de résolution.
Merci à vous, Damien. Now I call on debate Mr. Frank Schwaber from Germany. Frank, you have the floor.
Herr Präsident, vielen Dank auch meinerseits an Fiona O'Loughlin für diesen hervorragenden Bericht, der sowohl in der Tiefe das repräsentiert, was wir an wichtigen Debatten in den letzten Monaten hier hatten, als auch in der Breite deutlich macht, dass es eben eine große Unterstützung hier dieser Versammlung gibt. Und ich will noch mal daran erinnern, dass in der Tat diese Reise, bei der wir auf der Schlussgeraden sind, schon vor langer Zeit begonnen hat. Es war Michele Nicoletti, der dort in dem Präsidentenstuhl saß, der die Idee hat für einen solchen 4. Gipfel. Ich muss sagen, ich war lange skeptisch, weil ich mir nicht sicher war, ob das Momentum da ist, ob nicht so ein Gipfel auch Risiken birgt, dass es eher Rückschritte gibt, als dass es entsprechend nach vorne gibt. Aber es war seine feste Überzeugung, dass wir ein Stück weit raus müssen aus diesem diplomatischen Modus. Nichts gegen Diplomatinnen und Diplomaten, das ist auch notwendig. Aber irgendwie haben wir über die Jahre nicht so richtig mitbekommen, dass diese Organisation so langsam ausgehöhlt wird. Insbesondere durch Staaten, die die Werte und Regeln des Europarats immer weniger ernst genommen haben. Am Ende war es in der Tat dieser schreckliche Angriffskrieg, der minütlich so vielen Menschen in der Ukraine das Leben kostet. Der schreckliche Angriffskrieg Russlands auf die Ukraine, der uns noch mal deutlich gemacht hat, wie sehr es wichtig ist, dass es diesen Europarat gibt und dass wir die Werte entsprechend auch schützen müssen und untermauern müssen. Deswegen kann 2023 ein ganz wichtiges Jahr werden in der Geschichte des Europarats mit einem erfolgreichen Gipfel und am Ende übrigens auch mit Wahlen, die in diesem Jahr stattfinden und die hoffentlich dazu führen, dass diejenigen, die sich fest zu den Werten des Europarats bekennen, auch noch mal gestärkt werden. Was würde ein Erfolg des Europarats, des Gipfels in Reykjavik ausmachen? Erstens, die Regeln zu stärken und sich der Regeln zu versichern und gleichzeitig eine neue Dynamik nach vorne auszulösen. Wir brauchen in der Tat eine klare Regel, und es ist ja eigentlich absurd, darüber zu reden, dass zum Beispiel die Gerichtsurteile des Menschenrechtsgerichtshofs gelten. Ich habe heute gehört, an anderer Stelle, die Außenministerin aus Deutschland hätte die Fälle nicht erwähnen sollen, weil das kontraproduktiv sei. Das ist ja eine absurde Debatte. Es gibt Regeln, und die Regeln heißen Umsetzung der Gerichtsurteile des Menschenrechtsgerichtshofs, und darüber brauchen wir überhaupt gar nicht diskutieren, und das muss das Ergebnis auch von Reykjavik sein. Wir brauchen eine bessere Finanzierung dieser Institution, wo wir nicht über Centbeträge reden müssen, sondern wo wir diese Organisation, die so wichtig und zentral ist, vernünftig finanziell ausstatten. Wir brauchen einen Raum, einen europäischen Raum, auch für diejenigen, die nicht dabei sein können. Wir müssen auch Antworten darauf finden, wie wir mit Bürgerinnen und Bürgern, mit Menschen aus Belarus und aus Russland umgehen. Wir müssen neue Antworten darauf finden, wie wir die Ukraine unterstützen. Und wir brauchen wir müssen die neue Dimension von Menschenrechten im Bereich von Umwelt und von sozialen Rechten entsprechend mit einzubeziehen. Deswegen danke an Island, dass das so gut organisiert ist. Ich hoffe auf einen sehr inklusiven Gipfel, wo auch der Kongress, die NGOs und die Jugendorganisationen vertreten sein können. Und dann, glaube ich, kann das was Gutes werden und ein Stück weit ein Neustart für diese so wichtige und zentrale europäische Organisation.
Danke sehr, Frank. Now in the debate I call Mr. Ioan Marian Stro from Romania. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, we faced one of the most important moments in our organization history, a make-or-break one, where the Council of Europe must find ways to remain relevant by agreeing on a forward-looking vision in a new, unprecedented historic context. We must remain the leading organization in Europe for all the issues relating to human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. But in order to have a greater impact in these areas, we need new tools and renewed political support from all the member states. A proposal that I fully support is the establishment of a Council of Europe Commissioner for Democracy as an independent body elected by the Assembly, as well as a democracy checklist. We see a backsliding of democracy, a tendency which has increased with the COVID-19 pandemic and, of course, the war started by Russia and Ukraine. These two proposals work hand in hand, with the checklist setting out the clear contours of a democratic system and, of course, the red lines not to be crossed, and the Commissioner, who is permanently in touch with the Member States, therefore providing early warnings and rapid reaction and assistance to issues that arise. Last but not least, more importance should be given to the communication policy of the Council of Europe. Such an institution cannot remain relevant without the support and implication of the people it aims to protect. Unfortunately, the work of this organization remains unknown to many of our citizens, who sometimes assume we are an institution of the European Union or worse, have not even heard of us. The new policy needs to effectively show the aims, objectives, and clear impact that the Council of Europe has on the wider public. Moreover, informative grassroots campaigns should be considered, both online and offline, with an appropriate budget attached, of course, to them. I look forward to the conclusions of the May summit and reiterate my hope for a strengthened, more aware and relevant Council of Europe. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the rapporteur.
Thank you. And the next in the debate, I call Mr. Armen Gevorgian from Armenia. You have the floor, Armen.
President, Today, many nations are facing an uneasy choice between democracy and security. In such an environment, one may observe lack of any expectations from the Council of Europe among our citizens. I am wondering why we have ended up here and invite you to reflect together. Part of the reason, in my assessment, is that the Council of Europe, designed to be a bastion of truly democratic values and freedoms, has become to tolerate a certain transformation of some of its member states into hybrid oppressive regimes. In such states, we are monitoring political persecution and so-called lawful political competition from elections, while democratic governance has been turned into mere dictatorship of the majority. The Council of Europe is gradually turning itself into a platform for authoritarian regimes to legitimize their existence. By the way, a simple list of these states can be easily found in the New Democracy Index by economists. We should break up this with the chain of unworthy compromises and double standards. To do this, we should exclude any deviation from established rules, forget about shameful political expediency. Membership in the community of free and democratic states requires following its rules, and this has to be the conscious choice of every member. We should not ask anyone to stay, neither we should not ask anyone to join. Mr. President, at the same time, the 43rd Congress of Local and Regional Authorities and the 10th World Forum of Democracy have shown that the local democracy continues to serve as the foundation for democratic governance. Through that democracy, the people fully appreciate and acknowledge the value and usefulness of their participation in the social and political life. This is crucial to be maintained for the future of democracy and democratic governance. That is why, in my opinion, the topic of development and empowerment of local democracy must also become one of the main priorities for the 4th summit. Mr. President, in conclusion, let me express a genuine hope that after the summit, our organization may regain its purpose and will be looked up to. A cooperation with a stronger, principled, and resolute partner, firm on its principles, is always more productive, specifically when red lines of human rights, democracy, and rule of law are more vivid and same for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Armin. Now in the debate, I call Mr. Titus Kolatian from Romania. Titus, you have the floor.
Mr. President, colleagues, I sincerely applaud the hard working of our rapporteur and the draft report and the recommendation that we have now on our table. It's through a number of years to advance with the idea that it was proposed initially by Michele Nicoletti. Now we are very close to have this historical 4th summit of the Council of Europe. And the idea of adopting a political declaration and an action plan, it's it's an important goal, but I would like to underline one thing, and I will repeat what I said previously in the committee. Reaffirming the values, democratic values, our commitments, it's important, but not enough. We reaffirmed during the years the commitment and our commitment for democratic rules within this House, and this didn't put any obstacle when an important member state committed a crime of aggression on the European continent against another sovereign state. So what is important, it will be in the end the content, an ambitious content of this action plan and political declaration, and it will be important what the governments will decide and finalize for this summit. This is why I applaud a very solid package that we are going to adopt today based on the work of our rapporteur with concrete, extremely important proposals. I will make a very brief, very short list. Rules-based multilateralism plus accountability in international relations for the crime of aggression, including through a possible ad hoc international criminal court. Secondly, to restate the need to respect territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence, and making a concrete reference to Ukraine, but not only to Ukraine, but also to Georgia and the Republic of Moldova, and the request for the withdrawal of the Russian troops from those territories which are occupied illegally by Russia. The strategic partnership with the European Union and the need to accelerate and to finalize the negotiations for the EU accession to the European Convention on Human Rights, and also to some other important conventions of the Council of Europe, for instance, the European Social Charter or the partial and the enlarged agreement of Greco. The rights of persons belonging to national minorities, it's extremely important. We have an amendment, and there's a full support for this element. So all in all, I hope, and our expectation should be that the governments will take on board these extremely important concrete proposals, a solid package that once again represent a very solid contribution of the Parliamentary Assembly. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Titus. Prochain orateur est M. Bernard Fournier de la France. Bernard, vous avez la parole.
Monsieur le Président, mes chers collègues, le 4e sommet des chefs d'État et de gouvernement des États membres du Conseil de l'Europe, que nous appelions de nos vœux, aura finalement lieu les 16 et 17 mai prochains à Reykjavik. Sur la tête, l'occasion de réaffirmer notre attachement aux valeurs qui fondent notre organisation, à savoir les droits de l'homme, la démocratie, l'état de droit. Ceci est d'autant plus nécessaire que nous assistons à une remise en cause de ces valeurs avec l'attitude agressive de la Russie qui ramène la guerre sur notre continent, mais aussi de puissances comme la Chine. Les manifestations violentes qui ont eu lieu au Brésil en début d'année ou l'attaque du Capitole aux États-Unis nous rappellent également la nécessité de défendre les valeurs démocratiques qui fondent nos sociétés européennes. Pour cela, nous devons continuer à manifester notre soutien à l'Ukraine et à travailler en étroite coordination pour que les crimes commis par la Fédération de Russie ne restent pas impunis. Ce sommet doit être l'occasion de plaider pour la création d'un tribunal pénal international ad hoc chargé d'enquêter sur ces crimes. Les chefs d'État et de gouvernement réunis en Islande devraient également apporter un soutien financier et humain afin de soutenir les enquêtes menées sur ces crimes et permettre de constituer un registre des dommages causés par l'agression russe. Par ailleurs, la Fédération de Russie exerce actuellement de facto son autorité sur plusieurs territoires qui relèvent de la souveraineté d'États membres du Conseil de l'Europe. C'est le cas en Ukraine, mais aussi en Géorgie et en Moldavie. Lors de ce 4e sommet, il faudrait exiger que la Fédération de Russie se retire de ces territoires dont les citoyens doivent pouvoir bénéficier de la protection de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme. De notre soutien à l'Ukraine et de notre fermeté face à la Russie dépendra notre crédibilité dans la défense de nos valeurs. Un véritable engagement politique sur les questions qui relèvent de son champ de compétences doit rappeler à tous que le Conseil de l'Europe est une communauté politique à part entière. Dès lors, il faudra sérieusement réfléchir à l'articulation entre le Conseil de l'Europe et la communauté politique européenne, dont la seconde réunion aura lieu en Moldavie peu après ce 4e sommet. Pour ma part, je considère que les questions relatives aux droits de l'homme, à la démocratie et à l'état de droit doivent demeurer traitées au sein du Conseil de l'Europe. Je souhaite que ce sommet puisse donc faire valoir notre spécificité, notre crédibilité et notre utilité pour l'ensemble des citoyens européens. Je voterai donc ce projet de résolution. Je vous remercie.
Merci à vous, cher Bernard. And now in the debate I call Mr. Koloman Brenner from Hungary. Koloman, you have the floor.
Dankeschön, Herr Präsident. Sehr geehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen, zuallererst möchte ich meinen ausrichtigen Dank der Frau Rapporteurin und allen Mitwirkenden ausdrücken für diesen exzellenten Bericht. In historischen Zeiten müssen wir historische Gipfeltreffen durchführen und diese Gipfeltreffen müssen gut vorbereitet werden. Mit diesem Dokument meine ich, dass diese Versammlung einen wichtigen Schritt macht in diese Richtung. Wenn wir schon über die historische Perspektive sprechen, lassen Sie mich ein wenig dann darüber reden, dass die Weltordnung nach 1945 wirklich dann in einer ersten Welle in den Jahren 1989-90 verändert wurde, wo die Länder von Ostmitteleuropa befreit wurden von der sowjetrussischen Besatzung und unsere Länder auch eine Art von bürgerlicher Demokratie entwickeln konnten. Der Europarat, unsere Organisation, hat schon damals eine besonders wichtige Rolle in diesem ganzen Prozess gespielt. Ich meine, dass die Aggression von Putin in Russland gegen die Ukraine eine zweite Welle von Veränderungen im gesamten globalen Sicherheits- und politischen System verursacht. Eben deswegen ist es sehr wichtig, dass sich der Europarat auch neu aufstellt. Die Frau Bundesaußenministerin hat heute schon Konrad Adenauer zitiert mit den Worten, dass der Europarat wäre ja die Seele von Europa. Ja, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, aber die Seele muss auch gepflegt werden. Deswegen möchte ich besonders unterstützen, dass die Finanzierung von unserer Organisation seitens der Mitgliedstaaten gesichert und aufgestockt wird. Und was die strategische Partnerschaft mit der Europäischen Union betrifft, da möchte ich noch zu guter Letzt eine wichtige Frage hier ansprechen, nämlich die Erweiterung der Europäischen Union und dementsprechend auch die Rolle vom Europarat. Ganz besonders liegt mir am Herzen das Anliegen der nationalen Minderheiten und autochthonen Völker. Ich selber gehöre zur deutschen Minderheit in Ungarn und war lange Zeit Vorsitzender der deutschen Minderheiten in Europa. Und es ist wichtig, dass die neuen Mitgliedstaaten, die Beitrittskandidaten, die Kopenhagener Kriterien erfüllen. Gerade das ist die Lehre vom russisch-ukrainischen Krieg, dass wir besonders die Menschenrechte und die sprachlichen und kulturellen Rechte der nationalen Minderheiten auch achten müssen. Herzlichen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Danke sehr, Koloman. Now we are going to listen to George Folks from the United Kingdom. George, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. When Fiona introduced her excellent report, she put the three key themes of our work in this order: democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Democracy first. And that's not to underplay human rights, but human rights, I think, is well understood. Democracy is sometimes taken for granted as our role, and sometimes lip service is paid to our democratic functions. So we need to increase the profile of our role in democracy. Not just one form of democracy, and certainly not Westminster democracy, which is very imperfect and needs improvement, including democratizing the second house, by the way. But the essential elements: regular, free and fair votes, a peaceful changeover of power, and as Mr. Fournier rightly said, that's been threatened in both Washington and in Brasilia over the last couple of years. Respect and support for opposition parties so that they know when they go into opposition they are not into the wilderness. And free press and an active civil society. Those, I think, are the essentials of democracy. But wouldn't it be daft, wouldn't it be ridiculous if we had a summit and this body, which represents democracy, did not play a large part in it? And it was only heads of government and secretaries general. So we need to make sure that we do play a large part in that. Now, currently, Ukraine is in the front line of defending democracy. And that's why Ukraine must win. And we must do everything to ensure that it wins. But there are, of course, problems elsewhere, in Iran, in Afghanistan, in China, as well as in Russia, and many, many other places. So that's why I think the principal purpose, there are many other things we can do, that the principal purpose of our summit must be to find a coherent plan, an ambitious plan for the defense of democracy, to make sure that we reassure and reaffirm that democracy is the principal role of this Parliamentary Assembly and the Council of Europe.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Vardanian from Armenia. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are speaking about historical upcoming event. We are speaking about Reykjavik summit. And we understand that something is going wrong in our organization and in this assembly. But simultaneously, we are trying to find somebody who is guilty for what's going on. But I do believe that we should somehow use mea culpa approach. We should first of all looking at our faults. When we are speaking about values, when we are speaking about human rights and democracies, we should understand that it's something which should be protected and should be protected every day, every second. We are speaking about the respect towards human rights, and it's quite important. We are speaking about European Convention of Human Rights, but we have created the unique mechanism, European Court of Human Rights, which should be responsible for the protection of these human rights. How far we reach in respecting of the European Court of Human Rights judgment, and which is even more important now, interim measures. A lot of interim measures actually ruled by the European Court of Human Rights, unimplemented. I don't want to address the issue of Lachin Corridor. We will discuss this issue day after tomorrow. Unfortunately, during only 1 hour, I don't know why, because it's also a very important issue. We are discussing the future and destiny of 120,000 of people which are protected by European Convention of Human Rights. But we have only 1 hour or even less to discuss this issue. We should, first of all, have this mea culpa approach when we are speaking about our obligations. We got these obligations and we should respect by ourselves this obligation. This is a promise given to our people, given to these values. Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, we have backsliding. Why we have this backsliding? We have this backsliding because we have only, something like unimplemented measures. We have speaking about corruption in this organization. We have still some people who have been interconnected with these corruption scandals, but we still bear them here. We are speaking about the necessity of increasing the role of this organization, but how we react to very serious violations of human rights, violations of the very core elements of human rights. We should change our approach. We should have zero tolerance to any kind of violation of human rights in the territory of the Council of Europe, without any if and without any but. Thank you.
Thank you. According to our rules, when we speak about the current affairs debate, the time is 1 hour every time. So, the next speaker is Mr. Bouillet from France. The floor is yours.
Merci Madame la Présidente, Madame la Secrétaire Générale, mes chers collègues. Le 4e sommet des chefs d'État et de gouvernement du Conseil de l'Europe devrait se tenir à Reykjavik les 16 et 17 mai prochains. Ce sommet est nécessaire. En effet, lors de la fondation du Conseil de l'Europe en 1949, la protection des droits humains et le rejet des régimes totalitaires ont été placés au centre de notre identité commune, alors que les Européens étaient encore meurtris au sortir de la Seconde Guerre mondiale. Le Conseil de l'Europe était une réponse à une population qui aspirait à la paix, la prospérité et la démocratie. Or, aujourd'hui, qui ne voit pas que la paix, cette démocratie, cet état de droit sont attaqués de toutes parts. Attaqués de l'extérieur, la guerre sur notre continent est là pour nous le rappeler chaque jour. Attaqués à l'intérieur, même par des partis qui surfent sur ce qu'il est communément appelé une fatigue démocratique et sur des sociétés de plus en plus polarisées où les perdants des élections contestent parfois violemment le droit des gagnants de gouverner. Pour toutes ces raisons, il convient de repenser l'architecture institutionnelle de notre continent. le président de la République française, Emmanuel Macron, a proposé la création de la communauté politique européenne. Elle a été portée sur les fonds baptismaux le 6 octobre dernier à Prague. Elle aura assumé notamment les questions de paix et de sécurité, mais aussi la crise énergétique, par le biais d'une coopération accrue entre les pays membres de l'Union européenne et les pays non membres. C'est donc une organisation tournée vers l'extérieur. Si la prise en charge des questions de sécurité est primordiale, il est au moins aussi important de maintenir nos standards en matière de droits de l'homme et de l'état de droit. Pour cela, notre organisation doit être renforcée. Ce doit être le lieu où l'on doit apporter une réponse à cet essoufflement démocratique qui risque d'emporter nos droits les plus précieux. Ce renforcement passe bien évidemment par un soutien sans faille à notre outil phare, la Convention européenne de sauvegarde des droits de l'homme. En effet, nous le voyons bien, dès qu'un gouvernement populiste arrive au pouvoir, la première chose qu'il fait est de s'attaquer à l'indépendance de la justice. Il essaie de la soumettre à la volonté du politique au nom de la souveraineté populaire, comme si la souveraineté devait s'opposer à l'état de droit. S'il y a des avancées à opérer pour permettre l'application plus globale des décisions de la CEDH, alors procédons. Quant à moi, je demeure persuadé qu'il faut impliquer plus largement nos concitoyens autour des valeurs qui nous réunissent. C'est pour cela qu'avec mes collègues, je voterai le projet de résolution. Merci à toutes et tous.
Merci. I call next Mr. Zsigmond Barna from Hungary.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to congratulate the rapporteur for her excellent report. The Reykjavik Summit of the Council of Europe is a perfect opportunity for Europe's heads of state, governments and parliaments to stand united for our values and to put the future of the Council of Europe on a new footing. We have come through a challenging period, and the years ahead will continue to pose serious challenges to Europe's security and economy. First, we have had to cope with a large-scale war and its security and humanitarian consequences. After then, we, all Europeans, have started to pay the price of war, such as higher energy costs, high inflation, and generally an economic recession felt by all European citizens. After we have come through the health and economic effects of the pandemic, then this war caused severe damage to the international order and fundamentally challenged European security. This instability can only be resolved by a united and strong action. We Hungarians, we believe in a united Europe that stands up to the sovereignty of nations, that resists illegal migration pressure, but gives all the help it can to refugees who are really in need. The European economy is being weakened by the consequences of the pandemic, the war, and the misguided sanctions. Therefore, Europe has a serious disadvantage in the global economic competition. This is why we say, again and again, that international actors must work to bring the war to an end as soon as possible. Dear colleagues, in this new international context, Member States should renew their commitment to the European values, particularly human rights and national minority rights. Let me welcome to the new report of the European Parliament's Committee on Constitutional Affairs, which examines institutional relations between the European Union and the Council of Europe. This report calls for closer legal ties between the two organizations on different fields, also on national minority rights, taken also into account the enlargement process for the Western Balkans, Turkey, Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. I consider it necessary to further strengthen the institutional cooperation between the European Union and the Council of Europe and give new impetus to bilateral cooperation in the promotion and protection of fundamental rights, including national minority rights. We consider that one of the greatest and most unique achievements of the Council of Europe is the Convention system for national minority protection. This should remain in the main focus of the institution, as it is the guarantor of the stability of the continent. The summit should recall the importance for the European stability of the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities and the European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages. Finally, the summit should aim to build a strong, united Europe based on stable nation-states. Only such cooperation can protect our values in these hard times. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. The next on the list is Madame Everdottir, but I don't see her in the chamber. So I call Monsieur Milon from France. The floor is yours.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Merci à notre rapporteur qui rappelle que le Conseil de l'Europe a pour objectif de défendre les droits humains, la démocratie et l'état de droit. Il s'agit là de valeurs communes essentielles à l'Europe, fruit à la fois de la philosophie humaniste et de la tragique expérience de nos conflits politiques internes et de guerres qui ont ravagé notre continent. Le 4e sommet des chefs de l'État et de gouvernement doit être l'occasion de poursuivre dans cette voie dans un contexte marqué par la guerre en Ukraine qui a de fait et pour le moment mis fin à la vocation pan-européenne de l'organisation. La sécurité de l'Europe dépend de notre capacité à répondre à l'agression russe en soutenant fermement l'Ukraine, en s'engageant à ne pas reconnaître l'annexion illégale des territoires par la Fédération de Russie, mais aussi en travaillant à renforcer la démocratie et l'état de droit partout en Europe. Les candidatures de l'Ukraine et de la Moldavie à l'Union européenne, ainsi que la perspective donnée aux Balkans européens, occidentaux, seront, je le souhaite, l'occasion de rapprocher davantage le Conseil de l'Europe de l'Union européenne. En effet, comme le souligne la résolution qui nous est proposée, le Conseil de l'Europe pourrait apporter à l'Union européenne et aux États candidats toute son expertise. Parallèlement, de nouveaux défis émergent et les attentes de nos concitoyens évoluent. Le Conseil de l'Europe doit s'y appliquer. C'est le cas notamment en matière d'environnement et de lutte contre le changement climatique. Ainsi, le Conseil de l'Europe peut jouer un rôle pour garantir le droit de vivre dans un environnement sain et durable. Je pense que le sommet des chefs d'État et de gouvernement pourrait s'appuyer sur les travaux menés par notre Assemblée à l'initiative de notre président pour prendre une initiative en ce sens et se placer dans la perspective de l'élaboration d'un cadre juridiquement contraignant pour garantir le droit à un environnement propre, sain et durable. En France, la Charte de l'environnement est adossée à notre Constitution depuis 2004. Pour terminer, ce 4e sommet doit être l'occasion de rappeler le rôle essentiel du multilatéralisme dans les relations internationales et des instances de règlement de conflits. Je vous remercie.
Merci. I call next Mr. Kimmo Kiljunen from Finland. The floor is yours.
Madam Chair, President Tini Cox mentioned when opening this issue that this is the most relevant report for the summit of this organization. I do agree. The rapporteur, Madam Fiona Olagauf, said in her statements at the beginning there are big challenges which we should address, big challenges in Europe today which we should clearly address at this organization's level. That is also true, and the report is very, very solid and good. I can support it. I have two specific points to address. First, the issue of Kosovo membership in this organization. I know that the Council of Ministers is still waiting to find a consent in terms of asking our opinion on this issue, and I strongly support the idea that we should have the debate, open debate, discussion about Kosovo's memberships, and obviously I will support the Kosovo to become the 47th member of this organization. It's not only a question about issue of right for sovereignty of all countries, including small countries. I'm coming, Madam President, from Finland, so that's a very important issue for me. But it's not only a question about the statehood of the Kosovo, which is a bit controversial, as we know, in terms of the opinions in Europe. It's not controversial from my point of view, but in terms of the discussion. But it's a question about the right for Kosovian people to have access to this organization, to its institutions, and in particularly, obviously, the Court of Human Rights, which is existing here. We already used that type of argument earlier when considering some other countries' potential participation in this organization, that it's very much a question of the rights of the citizens to have appeal to the human rights, democracy, and also rule of law, the values what we are addressing. The second point is the political prisoners. Several of you have already mentioned that there's a tendency of authoritarianism, nationalism, and even militarism in Europe, and obviously war is the example of that extreme end of this issue. But we are also witnessing political prisoners increasing their number in very, very many countries in Europe, not very many, but many countries in Europe, not only in Belarus and Russia is the situation very bad, there are also other countries. And I would like very much that the summit addresses the question of political prisoners. The place for politicians is not in prison or in exile, but in the parliament.
Thank you. The next speaker is Monsieur Calvet from France.
Monsieur le Président, mes chers collègues, je veux tout d'abord remercier Madame la rapporteure pour la qualité de ce rapport qui dresse des perspectives claires en vue du sommet des chefs d'État et de gouvernement du Conseil de l'Europe que nous avons appelé de nos vœux. Ce sommet, disons-le clairement, est né dans des circonstances tragiques et signe au moins à court terme la fin de l'ambition pan-européenne de notre organisation. Mais cette crise majeure est aussi l'occasion de se réinventer, de se renforcer, de projeter dans l'avenir le Conseil de l'Europe à un moment où les menaces pesant sur la démocratie et l'État de droit se font plus vives. Le retour de la guerre sur le territoire de l'Europe constitue bien évidemment la première menace. Face à celle-ci, nous devons évidemment continuer à marquer notre solidarité à l'égard de l'Ukraine et affirmer notre attachement à nos valeurs. C'est à mon sens une condition essentielle pour maintenir la paix sur notre continent. La tenue de ce 4e sommet des chefs d'État et de gouvernement doit être l'occasion de réaffirmer l'importance de la démocratie et de l'État de droit. Il doit conduire à réaffirmer également l'importance de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme et la nécessité de mettre en œuvre ses arrêts, même quand cela nous en coûte. La résolution qui nous est soumise souligne à juste titre que le Conseil de l'Europe et l'Union européenne doivent travailler de concert pour promouvoir des valeurs communes. L'adhésion de l'Union européenne à la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme est une perspective inscrite dans le traité de l'Union européenne depuis le traité de Lisbonne. Les négociations sont en cours et elles peuvent être parfois très délicates, notamment du fait des règles et de la répartition des compétences des différentes institutions au sein de l'Union. Même si je sais que beaucoup aimeraient faire de l'adhésion de l'Union à la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme un point de sortie très symbolique de ce sommet, je veux pour ma part affirmer que les négociations en cours ne sauraient être bâclées. Enfin, je souhaite que le sommet de Reykjavik contribue à clarifier l'articulation entre le Conseil de l'Europe et la communauté politique européenne, dont la 2e réunion aura lieu en Moldavie 15 jours seulement après le sommet de Reykjavik et qui ne comprend pas de dimension parlementaire. C'est un sujet de réflexion pour nos parlements nationaux.
Thank you. The next speaker is Evgenia Kravchuk from Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to thank my dear friend Fiona for this comprehensive work and very well-written report. Of course, the past year was extremely difficult for Europe. The full-scale invasion of the Russian Federation over my country has sown instability across the continent. And while we, each on our front, restrain the aggressor, Europe must react and act appropriately, and Council of Europe as well. Everyone should understand that if Ukraine does not defeat the Russian Federation, Putin will not stop. We're all fighting not just for ourselves, but also for the whole Europe and European values. My colleagues and I are extremely grateful to all European leaders for the unprecedented military, humanitarian and financial assistance to Ukraine. However, while Russia still commits atrocities in the heart of Europe, every day support should only increase. Sanctions against the aggressor should only be tightened. The Reykjavik Summit of the Council of Europe is a platform that would outline the work of the Council of Europe for the following years. That is why it is crucial that the issue of Ukraine and support be one of the main ones in the agenda. An important point to be considered at the summit is the responsibility of the Russian Federation for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. You all know that Ukrainian authorities are working on the establishing of the ad hoc tribunal that would be able to punish Russian political and military leadership for its crimes, for crime of aggression. In this context, it is vital for us to enlist the support of both individual partner states and international organizations and institutions. PACE already demonstrated last year in a number of its resolutions. Actually, we were the first ones. Last week, that idea was once again supported by the European Parliament in a separate resolution. And it's time to go from words to action. Justice must prevail, and we need to make this ad hoc tribunal happen. Along with this, it is important that the participants of the summit support the investigation of other war crimes of the Russian Federation in international judicial institutions, and also must continue to work on the creation of the mechanism for compensating Ukraine for the damage caused, in particular by transferring frozen and confiscated Russian assets to Ukraine for its reconstruction. Russia must pay for this. The international community must not stand aside. Only together we can defeat tyranny and aggression. Thank you.
Thank you. I call next Mr. Samad Seidov from Azerbaijan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And let me also express my gratitude to Rapporteur for this very in time and excellent report, actually, because time has come to think about the future of this organization. Actually, from my point of view, the forthcoming summit could be titled as an emergency summit, because we can see the deep crisis within this organization and within the Europe. How we can come to this stage of crisis? Let's ask ourselves. And let's be sincere. Because of the absence of sincere and because of the double standards. If very many years ago, this organization also reacted objectively and promptly to the occupation of the territories of states, member states, my country, Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine, nothing would happen later. But now Europe is in war. And now we are looking for a way out from this deadlock, from this crisis. What we should do? Actually, we should change everything. Because exactly this approach brought us to the war. But what we are doing? We try to keep institution instead of the values. From my point of view, of course, maybe I am wrong. Because what we can see that sometimes democracy, human rights, and rule of law could use as a tool to pressure, to show who is a master in the region, and for other purposes. We should return back to the real values. But first of all, we should be sincere. We should withdraw from this organization attempts to show that this group of countries are able to privatize the common values, that they are right and others are wrong. Only this way could lead us to the new Council of Europe, and I believe in that new Council of Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I call next Mr. Paul Gavin from Ireland. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I want to begin by congratulating my Irish colleague, Fiona O'Loughlin, for the excellent job she's completed on this very comprehensive report. I also want to recognise the crucial role of our President, Teenie Cox, for taking the initiative to support the idea of holding a summit of the Council of Europe. I also believe that both the Irish and Icelandic teams here in the Council of Europe and also at government level deserve huge credit for working so diligently to make this summit a reality. So why do we need this summit? Because, as the rapporteur states, Europe is facing extraordinary challenges. War has returned. The far right has returned. Working people across Europe face a future more uncertain now than at any time in the last 80 years. Over 40 years of neoliberal economic policies have seen public services crumble, even as expenditure on armaments and wars has rocketed to unprecedented levels. Rights that were once taken for granted in Europe, like being able to access healthcare, or find a house in which to live, or receive a decent day's pay, or be able to bargain collectively for your rights at work, are no longer available for hundreds of thousands of our citizens across Europe. And as the Oxfam report, Survival of the Richest, released last week shows, we've seen a very small minority of the super-rich expand their wealth exponentially, even as our children face a future of growing economic uncertainty. Meanwhile, desperate human beings whose livelihoods have been destroyed by wars, climate change and famine, often as a result of policies from European and US governments, now face a fortress Europe where governments are prepared to let them drown, push them back illegally, and make criminals of human rights defenders. And basic democratic rights are under greater threat than ever from authoritarian governments across many member states. Right now, there are 93 journalists in jail across Europe just for doing their jobs. And since 2015, 46 journalists have been murdered in Europe. These are just a few of the reasons why the work and mission of the Council of Europe in defending human rights, democracy and the rule of law is more important than ever. As the German Foreign Minister put it so eloquently earlier today, we need the Council of Europe to put the power of rights above the power of might. The rapporteur makes a number of excellent proposals for action in the draft recommendation. The need to reconnect with the people of Europe is rightly given great emphasis. People need to see that democracy works, and enhancing people's rights makes democracy work better. In the limited seconds I've left, I just want to highlight two key proposals. The first is the need for the European Union to complete its accession to the European Convention on Human Rights. This would give a level of institutional accountability that's badly needed. Secondly, the proposal to invite the European Union to join the revised European Social Charter. That would give real legal standing to the Social Charter and potentially could be transformative for working people and act as a potential counterbalance to the freedoms afforded to capital. Finally, this summit needs to ensure that the Council of Europe is properly funded on a long-term basis into the future. Gurmagad.
Thank you very much. I call next Mr. Hector Vasconcelos from Mexico. The floor is yours.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, el tema que nos convoca es la presentación y la preservación de nuestros valores a la luz de la agresión rusa a Ucrania en el contexto de la cumbre de Reykjavik. Entiendo que se trata de defender los valores de la civilización occidental posteriores a la Ilustración, es decir, esencialmente la fe en la democracia, la igualdad ante la ley y la libertad individual, económica y política. Pero recordemos que tales valores solo se han universalizado en Occidente, así sea solo en el discurso, después de la Segunda Guerra Mundial, al quedar plasmados en la Declaración de los Derechos Humanos. Apenas en el siglo XIX y principios del XX, Occidente llevó a cabo políticas genocidas en África y otras regiones del Medio y el Lejano Oriente y solapó o impuso regímenes totalitarios en América Latina al mismo tiempo que subsistían la esclavitud y la discriminación en el seno mismo de países que hoy enarbolan la bandera de la libertad. En efecto, los imperios occidentales esparcieron sus valores imponiéndolos con la cruz, la espada y la explotación de los territorios que ocupaban, pertenecientes a civilizaciones que consideraban menores. Con todo, celebremos que hoy existan consensos en cuanto a la preservación del derecho internacional y de valores liberales y democráticos, de todo aquello que Karl Popper llamó la sociedad abierta. Pienso que no por defender tales valores podemos soslayar otras amenazas del presente que son aún de mayor importancia en el mediano y largo plazo. No por revertir la invasión rusa podemos arriesgar una guerra nuclear, cada día más concebible y que acabaría tanto con el país agredido como con el agresor. Recordemos cómo el entramado de alianzas enfrentadas entre sí llevó a la Primera Guerra Mundial. No por defender la inviolabilidad de las fronteras podemos dejar de estar enfocados en el abismo histórico que enfrentamos, el calentamiento global que podría llevar a la extinción de la especie. No abortemos a través de la destrucción masiva los prometedores avances tecnológicos que se avisoran para el futuro. Luchemos por una Ucrania libre, pero ante todo aseguremos la supervivencia de la humanidad. Y quiero recordar que México ha propuesto un mecanismo para buscar la paz que aún sigue vigente. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. I call next Madam Günay from Turkey. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear President, dear colleagues, the Council of Europe is an organization which was established with the goal of fostering and achieving greater cooperation and solidarity among Europeans on the basis of values, standards, and institutions that are shared throughout Europe. Established for this lofty goal, the Council of Europe became the leading intergovernmental organization and the standard setter in the fields and shared values of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It has so far made great progress in these fields and also made great contributions to both Europe and those who attach importance to these values. The principal instruments of the Council of Europe for this progress and contribution are the Course and the Council of Europe Convention System and the European Court of Human Rights. On the basis of furthering the cooperation with the European Union, an international organization that shares the same fundamental values of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, especially with the accession of the European Union to the European Convention of Human Rights, will greatly contribute to both organizations and to Europe as a whole. Moreover, considering the fact that there is an ongoing war of aggression in Europe and the absolute need of assuring primarily the right to life of the Ukrainian people, which is the pivotal point in the protection of human rights, it is more important than ever the Council of Europe and the European Union work closely in coordination and cooperation for defending human rights in Europe. Therefore, I fully support the approach taken in the report in this regard. Besides cooperating with other international organizations, the Council of Europe needs to stand united against the challenges addressed in the report, especially against the ones increasing persistently, such as racism, xenophobia, and all forms of discrimination. Supporting and allowing provocative hate crimes that insult sacred values cannot be defended under the guise of democratic rights, and it does not help promoting the core values of Council of Europe. As a member of PACE and Grand National Assembly of Turkey, we strongly condemn the provocative act of a racist burning the Holy Book Quran in Stockholm. It is clearly a hate crime which we cannot accept and tolerate. Lastly, I would like to congratulate and thank the rapporteur, the Secretary General, the High-Level Reflection Group, and the Irish and the Icelandic presidencies of Committee of Ministers for their work, efforts, contributions for the 4th summit. Thank you.
Thank you. I call next Mrs. Selin Böke, also from Turkey. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start by congratulating our rapporteur. Clearly, we are going through dire times, and our responsibility of upholding our organization's 74 years of shared values of democracy, rule of law, and human rights is ever more critical. And it's certainly no coincidence that we are facing a multifaceted crisis: war, conflicts, displacement of millions of people, steady backsliding of democracy and human rights, socioeconomic inequalities, climate crisis. Now, none of these facets of the crisis are individual, and none are separate incidents. In fact, rather, they are part of a systemic problem. And this is proof they are indivisible. As such, any response should consider that the framework for human rights should also be treated as indivisible. Different aspects of human rights cannot be treated as more or less important than others. As such, our guiding principle should be the indivisibility of human rights. And as such, I'm happy to note that the report and the recommendations underline that environmental rights, social rights, economic rights are critical and integral aspects that should be at the center of the future of this organization. They should be at the core of the 4th summit. The current economic hardships, the ever-deepening socioeconomic inequalities, the environmental disasters that are threatening the daily livelihoods of millions of people are an outcome of the system, of the neoliberal economic order. And unless we seek to build a system that puts the protection of social and economic rights at its core, these economic hardships will continue to feed the push towards authoritarianism and populist politics. So to protect our democracies, we need to guarantee our environmental, social, and economic rights. Indeed, only then will we be able to reconnect with the daily concerns of the people we represent, a goal rightfully set forth in this report for our organization's future. So to put people's interests and concerns back to the forefront and to increase the relevance of our organization in the eyes of the people we represent, we need to rebuild our economies, eradicate poverty, and to do so, we need to put social, economic, and environmental rights with equal importance at the center of our discussions. Now, the many achievements of this organization has come from its very powerful convention system. And clearly, for a strong future, we need to not only safeguard, but also strengthen the convention system, squarely an important goal of this summit. And clearly, these require strong political will, a will that should be represented with high-level participation of leaders, taking steps from words to deeds, and touching to the realities of lives. And I look forward to the summit as such and congratulate the rapporteur once again.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Reinhard Lopatka from Austria.
Dear colleagues, yes, Europe is facing several extraordinary challenges, as many of the speakers mentioned it before. The biggest, of course, is the return of a large-scale war of aggression in Europe. And here, the resilience of European democracies, their respect for human rights and their respect to the rule of law are the best guarantees for prosperity, security, and a peaceful future in all our 46 countries. So this 4th summit should confirm how I see it and be focused on its 3 pillars of our organization: human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And the summit should send a strong message about our engagement the engagement of the Council of Europe member states to make it possible for Europe to be an area of democratic security, echoing the words of the Vienna Declaration from 1993, after the first summit. And this summit should reaffirm the binding nature of the Court's judgments and decisions on interim measures as an absolute necessity. It should acknowledge and promote the role of national parliaments and civil society organizations in monitoring compliance with the Convention and the Court's judgment. And third, I think in days like this, we should make it clear that the Council of Europe and the European Union have the will to strengthen their cooperation. This summit should underline that aggressive nationalism, intolerance, and totalitarian ideologies have no chance to be accepted. Yes, we are facing this war in Ukraine, but we should also see that we are living in times of growing tensions and in time of growing strategic competition. We have also to have China in our mind. China's growing policies which are not in the interest of our values. So the Council of Europe and the European Union are working together. This should be, how I see it, the clear signal from this fourth summit to the entire world. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Max Lux from Germany.
Dankeschön, Frau Präsidentin, meine Damen und Herren. Guten Abend. Mir ist ein Stein vom Herzen gefallen, als ich diesen Bericht gelesen habe, denn er ist exzellent. Er ist auch exzellent, weil er unterstreicht, was für eine Rolle wir als diese parlamentarische Versammlung haben, als eine Rolle von Parlamentariern, die die Menschen aus unseren Mitgliedstaaten vertreten. Und ich möchte auch hier heute anmerken, dass ich es schade finde, dass die Breite der Gesellschaft nicht auf allen Wegen zu diesem Gipfel abgebildet wurde. Wenn wir uns die High Reflection Group anschauen, die von der Secretary General eingesetzt wurden, finden wir, dass dort von 7 Personen eine Person eine ehemalige Präsidentin war, eine Person ein ehemaliger Minister, 2 ehemalige Premierminister, eine ehemalige Außenministerin und eine ehemalige Hohe Vertretung für Außen- und Sicherheitspolitik, aber keine Beteiligung aus Jugend oder unserer lebendigen Zivilgesellschaft in dieser High Reflection Group. Und das muss uns schon zu denken geben. Und deshalb ist es so richtig, dass wir als Parlamentarische Versammlung heute auch diesen Bericht auf den Weg bringen. Diesen Bericht auf den Weg bringen, der sehr realistisch das Bild trifft, dem auch meine Generation in Europa ausgesetzt ist, nämlich der Tatsache, dass wir uns nicht mehr sicher sind, dass unser Weg auf diesem Kontinent einfach ein Weg des Fortschritts ist, sondern wir wissen, dass Nahrungsmittelknappheit und neue Fluchtbewegungen auf uns aufgrund des Klimawandels zukommen. Wir wissen, dass am 24. Februar eine europäische Friedensordnung verloren wurde und es schwer sein wird, eine solche wieder zu erreichen. Und wir wissen auch, dass viele Menschen in unseren Mitgliedstaaten nicht wissen, wie sie ihre Miete bezahlen können oder sich einen Urlaub leisten können. Und als wäre das alles noch nicht genug, werden Prides beispielsweise verboten, werden Rechtsstaatlichkeit beschnitten. Die deutsche Außenministerin hat auch heute mal wieder darauf hingewiesen, dass Menschen in Gefängnissen von unseren Mitgliedstaaten sitzen. Und gerade deshalb haben wir allen Anlass zu handeln und wir haben auch allen Anlass, als Parlamentarische Versammlung zu handeln. Wir müssen unsere Forderungen an diesen Gipfel richten. Wir richten gute Forderungen an diesen Gipfel, zum Beispiel die Jugendarbeit zu stärken. Aber wir werden nur dann die junge Generation auf unsere Seite holen führen können und für den Europarat und dieses gemeinsame Haus begeistern können, wenn wir es beweisen, dass wir leistungsfähig sind, wenn wir es beweisen, dass wir in der Lage sind, solidarische Antworten auf eine der größten Wirtschaftskrisen unseres Kontinenten auch durchzusetzen, wenn wir es beweisen, politische Gefangene aus den Gefängnissen zu holen und zu schützen und wenn wir es beweisen, dass wir in der Lage sind, die Freiheit auf diesem Kontinent sicherzustellen. Und dafür legt dieser Bericht einen guten ersten Anfang. Und deshalb gratuliere ich sehr herzlich der Berichterstatterin. Danke.
Danke sehr. I call next Mr. Yafarov from Azerbaijan. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, and so to summarize, fundamental principles of the international law must be respected, protected, promoted, without any precondition at any condition. Why I'm starting my speech today with a conclusion? Because we all may have different political views. We may follow different political ideologies. And it's also quite natural. We all may have different national interests. But in the end, despite these differences, we all shall come to the same conclusion. As a matter of fact, these differences shall be our strengths rather than weakness when addressing the common problems. Yet, too often we are failing to meet common threats with the spirit of the common cause. Perhaps we shouldn't be surprised. When 80% of the world's COVID vaccines went to the G20 countries, only the 0.6% of the vaccines went to the low-income countries. When Islamophobic attacks in France increased by 53% in 2021. When the holy book of Muslims, the Quran, was torn apart and burned in the Netherlands just a day ago. When Armenia kept internationally recognized territories of Azerbaijan under occupation for 30 years. When Armenian armed forces brutally murdered 613 civilians in Khojaly just one night. When Armenian First Lady attended a PR event on women in Tehran, where more than 500 women were murdered. And international organizations turned a blind eye to this, didn't react in time. And in the best case, international organizations applied the principles of international law selectively. For example, in the last 30 years, based on the international law, international political and financial institutions, power holders, did not apply any sanction to Armenia as they are doing so to Russia now. This shows that even the violations of the territorial integrity of independent states are being treated discriminatively. And these discriminations created mistrust in international order. These discriminations created erosion of the universal values. Since I started with a conclusion, and I believe it's better that I finish with an introduction to an unjust world, where the double standards are just primary values.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Madam Ingjerd Schou from Norway.
Thank you, Madam President. The fourth Council of Europe Summit is of great importance. Our Assembly has discussed and called for a summit for several years already. We have witnessed human rights, democracy, and the rule of law backsliding in Europe. The Russian aggression gave momentum for a summit. With its act of aggression, Russia blatantly ignored our fundamental values and the core principles of our democratic societies. We could no longer accept Russia as a member, having gone against our rules-based multilateral cooperation. Russia's actions demonstrate what can happen when respect of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law is gone. We cannot let this happen in other member states. And, Madam President, it is therefore of utmost importance that the heads of state and government of all our member states take this opportunity to reaffirm their commitment to the core values and principles of our organization. The future of Europe must be built on solid democracies, respect for human rights, and the rule of law. Recommitment to the fundamental values of our organization will be the basis on which Europe can continue to prosper. Europe must be a continent where each and every citizen has their fundamental rights respected, where each and every citizen can take part in democratic decision-making, a continent where the rule of law prevails. Madam President, the question of how the Council of Europe can best contribute to a prospering Europe should be the main focus of the summit. Our heads of state and governments must focus their discussions on our core tasks, along with our fundamental values and principles, and stake out a future course for our organization. This must be the core of the summit declaration. And Madam President, in the draft recommendation, I especially support the proposal to reinforce the strategic partnership between the Council of Europe and the European Union. In addition, I would like to underline the importance of these three: strengthening our court, including implementation of judgments, preventing backsliding of democracy and the rule of law, and engaging with civil society. There are member states which are moving in the wrong direction, Madam President, on all 3 points. It is especially important that they renew the commitments they made when they becoming members. We need them on board in Reykjavik in May. We need all member states on board in Reykjavik. A united Europe is a stronger Europe. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The next speaker would be Madam Gilameti from Albania, but I don't see her. So I call Madam Marie-Christine Dallos from France. The floor is yours.
Madame la rapporteure, chers collègues, l'Europe est à la croisée des chemins. Elle est à la fois fragilisée par les conséquences économiques et politiques de la guerre en Ukraine et renforcée par l'attrait qu'elle continue de susciter, comme l'illustrent les demandes d'adhésion exprimées par l'Ukraine, la Géorgie et la République de Moldova. Dans ce contexte mouvant, le rôle du Conseil de l'Europe doit être redéfini et à cet égard, la décision du Comité des ministres de convoquer un sommet des chefs d'État et de gouvernement en mai prochain est bien sûr à saluer. Concernant les objectifs de ce sommet, je souscris tout à fait à la proposition de Madame la rapporteure. Il faut d'une part réaffirmer les valeurs historiques du Conseil de l'Europe, les droits humains, la démocratie, l'état de droit, et d'autre part définir une vision d'avenir élargie afin de tenir compte des nouvelles aspirations de la société. Le rapport qui est soumis à notre examen, dont je tiens à souligner la qualité, recense de très nombreuses propositions. Certaines me semblent particulièrement importantes. Tout d'abord, le Conseil de l'Europe doit réitérer sa condamnation totale de l'agression injustifiée de l'Ukraine, en excluant rapidement la Fédération de Russie. Le Conseil de l'Europe a réagi de manière appropriée, mais cela n'est pas suffisant. Le Conseil de l'Europe doit maintenant soutenir toutes les initiatives judiciaires visant à faire rendre les comptes aux pays agresseurs. La création d'un tribunal ad hoc permettant d'engager des poursuites sur le crime d'agression me semble devoir être encouragée. Le Conseil de l'Europe doit également réaffirmer l'importance primordiale de la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme, outil essentiel de défense des valeurs démocratiques, et œuvrer pour que l'Union européenne devienne, le plus rapidement possible, partie à la Convention. Le sommet doit aussi être l'occasion d'insister sur la nature contraignante des arrêts de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme, ainsi que sur leur primauté par rapport aux décisions des juridictions nationales. Enfin, le Conseil de l'Europe doit s'ouvrir à des nouvelles thématiques faute de quoi les demandes de la population resteront sans réponse et la défense des citoyens vis-à-vis des institutions politiques ne cessera de croître. Je pense notamment à la question environnementale, préoccupation de la jeunesse, aux nouvelles technologies numériques, intelligence artificielle, me semblent aussi devoir être intégrées dans la sphère du Conseil de l'Europe. La population les plébiscite tout en réclamant également un cadre juridique équilibré assurant la protection de la vie privée et des données personnelles. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Merci. I call next Mrs. Vasilenko from Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Madam Chair, and I join in the congratulations of our colleague and my dear friend, Senator Fiona O'Loughlin, on this excellent report. Thank you, Fiona, for highlighting again the critical role our organization plays in countering, if not preventing, aggression and all the evils that stem from it. The summit is a unique opportunity to revise the Council's activities and set out an ambitious vision for the future of this institution, a vision which heads of state and government are to become stakeholders of. In preparation for this summit, I feel, colleagues, that we all have some homework to do. And the homework, the framework for this homework, has been set out in the report. While we are to take stock of absolutely all the provisions, I urge member states of this assembly to pay particular attention to the defense and security topics, crucial for the existence of democracy and human rights on our continent and beyond. After a collective failure to prevent the terror and atrocities brought on by the aggression of Russia, an ex-member state, we must welcome the calls to support a special tribunal for the crime of aggression, as well as compensation mechanisms for all the victims and survivors of this very aggression. We should aim to see concrete justice arrangement and commitments stemming from the summit. And for our organization to remain relevant, its structure and instruments must adapt to new global challenges, and in this process lead and serve as an example for other international bodies to follow. We are almost the only international body who has succeeded, although with much struggle and debate, but succeeded nevertheless, in setting the record straight. The Council of Europe is a role model for how rules and the rule of law trump politics, something that still has not happened in the OSCE or the UN for that matter. Russia, the biggest security threat, still sits on the UN in the Security Council with veto power. The most of our respective governments continue to ignore that Russia's membership in the UN is illegal and results from a breach of rules and procedures of that very organization back in 1991. Lack of political will to look the truth in the eye and act on it lead to a factual paralysis of the one organization which should have by now been able to stop the killings and torture of millions of innocent people and the destruction of a beautiful country. I say this in the hope to find support from the rapporteur and from this House to include in the report a phrase calling on member states to mobilize efforts and give political impulse to the reform of the UN and its Security Council, an amendment that has been tabled by several colleagues, myself included. The Council of Europe has done good, and this good must be spread and followed by other international structures. And I hope that more reports like this will follow, where we can continue to go back, analyze, revise, in order to build back better, stronger frameworks for common good and for a safer future. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Eker from Turkey. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President, dear colleagues. First, I would like to thank the rapporteur for her diligent work in the preparation of this report, which reflects our perspective on the steps that need to be taken toward our future with the fourth summit. One of these steps, as stated in the report, should be to reserve the worrying trend of backsliding of democracy, especially at a time in which we've been facing an equally worrying regression in our other two pillars, human rights and the rule of law. The backsliding of democracy has multifaceted effects, not only the loss of faith in democracy and trust in democratic institutions, but also the rise of populism and the polarization of society, which triggers racism, xenophobia, discrimination, anti-Muslim hatred, anti-Semitism, hate speech, and hate crime. This concerning phenomenon also contributes to the raise of the issues related to migration and the treatment of asylum seekers and refugees, which are here to stay as pan-European challenges. The Council of Europe has a lot to offer in that regard, with its unrivaled expertise, standards, principles, and independent monitoring mechanisms. However, I think what we need first is a more inclusive approach and unity so that we can address this challenge in a faithful way and timely manner. We have recently remembered, unfortunately in a painful way, the importance of standing united together around our core values. As Turkey, we remain unwavering in our support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. We have extended comprehensive report to Ukraine and will continue to do so. We also support the resolution of this irrational war through negotiations, the severity of which sadly keeps growing. With regard to the Russian Federation's unjustified military attacks against Ukraine, we reiterate an undeniable necessity. All obligations under international human rights and humanitarian law and all relevant international conventions must be fully respected. Finally, for the new vision of the Council of Europe in the new historic context, I believe it is important whether the Council of Europe without the Russian Federation will be a Western European club or an organization that takes an inclusive approach towards all its members, considering the East. Thank you.
Thank you. The next on the list is Mrs. Bushka from Albania, but I don't see her. So I give the floor to Mr. Davor Ivo Stier from Croatia.
Thank you, Chair, and let me thank also the rapporteur. I have signed some amendments just to improve further the text, but it's already a very good one. Now, I was very glad early today to hear from the German Foreign Minister how she quoted Konrad Adenauer when he said that the Council of Europe is the soul of Europe. And I was glad to hear that from a politician that does not come from a Christian Democratic Party or tradition. Now, it could be argued that Konrad Adenauer would not endorse every single word that Minister Baerbock said afterwards, or by the case that he will endorse some of the concepts that we use nowadays in this council. But when it comes to the fundamentals, I think that Adenauer will still be very proud that this is the house where we defend the dignity of every human person. And that we do that by stressing that national states cannot hide behind the concept of national sovereignty to violate human rights. And this is the core of our mission, the soul of this council. In order to protect that, we have to make sure that democracy, the rule of law, is respected in every single member state. This is under threat. Yes, the evident threat, of course, is the Russian aggression against Ukraine. But let's be honest, we have witnessed these core values threatened also before the Russian aggression, and we continue to see that by autocratic tendencies in several member states. So I do agree with those colleagues that said that this fourth summit should be used as an opportunity to strengthen this dimension of protection and promotion of democracy. And I have to add here that we should do it in synergy with the European Union. The European Commission, for example, for the first time has nominated one of the vice presidents for the issues of democracy and protection of democracy. We should work closer with the European Commission and with the European Union in this regard. In any case, when we are talking about that, it's not just about votes, it's not just about fair elections, it's about a state that is not controlling the society. It's about a free individual, free families, and a free societies that are not controlled by the government, that are not controlled by the societies. And that should be one of the pillars for the new architecture of Europe, and the Council of Europe should have a leading role in securing that so that we could continue to be the soul of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. I call next Mrs. Yasko from Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, you know, we in Ukraine have been calling all of you, the whole Europe, to rethink what Europe really means. This is the question that we have an answer in Ukraine. But you know, sometimes I'm very sad to hear that sometimes we don't know the answer here, what the Europe is. And the fact that now the summit is coming is very promising. And we in Ukraine, we welcome that in this summit we may have finally some new tools, some new mechanism as a tribunal that will be defending that values that are very important for us. But I want to think and to ask you to think about all that possibly mistakes and failures that we've done in the past of these organizations and all the other European institutions, that they actually became quite not effective, if not dysfunctional. Do we want to live in a European future where we don't have tools to protect ourselves? We in Ukraine know that, unfortunately, we need to solve many questions with weapons. But we also need help not only with a weapon, but also with the human rights protection tools. Do we have enough of them here? Last time we voted for a number of things with welcoming the facilitation on behalf of this organization, the exchange of war prisoners, political prisoners. I have many questions in Ukraine, people asking me, so what this organization is going to decide to help my relatives to be back from Russian occupation. What tools do we have? President Zelensky recently said that, you know, the war is not COVID. We don't need to invent a vaccine. A vaccine is a weapon. If we don't have a weapon here, then we need to have other tools for the human rights. And I really hope that in the summit, we will not be just talking, but the title is very promising, that we are united around the values, but let's think about the real actions. Yes, tribunal is great, but what about environmental crimes? What about the sexual crimes? What about the situation that we have with the children that were deported to Russia? What do we do? What do we do with the political prisoners? We need to create new tools, the monitoring missions, everything that is possible to save lives of these people, but also to bring them to our real values. Because for the purpose of Europe, we also need tools, or we will be left out without ability to breathe and live through our mission. And I really hope that we will finally rethink, and we will be an example also for other organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. I call next Mrs. Yulia Oyevchinova from Ukraine. Sorry for the pronunciation.
It's okay. Thank you. Dear Madam President, dear Madam Rapporteur, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much for the excellent work of the Madam Rapporteur. As an environmentalist and parliamentarian, I'm genuinely happy to state the fact that a healthy, environmental, green and sustainable future really become a priority for the Council of Europe as a part of a fundamental human rights. That's our common success as the Assembly. And the Reykjavik Summit, as it has been planned, will become one of more crucial steps to root on the right to a healthy environmental and the fight against climate change on the forefront of the mission of the Council of Europe. when we discussed values of our organization here in the hemicycle 2 years ago, we couldn't even imagine that the tectonic changes would come, that full-scale and justified and unjust war of aggression would return to Europe, committed by one of the members of the Council of Europe against the other. And the values of democracy, rule of law, equality, inclusion, territorial integrity, and international humanitarian law have to defend it. Council of Europe is a unique organization which proved the commitment of its mission and values. Nobody is allowed to violate the fundamental principle and common agreements. That's why Russia is no longer a member of the state. That is why PACE recognized Russia a terrorist regime that systematically violates international law and human rights. And we see now that no values are granted. We need to fight for them, intensify our work in the Assembly to reinstall and guarantee peace and security in Europe. Also by ensuring accountability of Russia Federation for its action and war crimes, including war crimes against environmental, huge ecocide that they are doing in Ukraine, in Europe. Justice is more than a word, it's concrete action. So I believe that Reykjavik Summit will reaffirm our unity around common values and international law, set out a forward-looking agenda for the whole organization. So we have hopes that head of states and governments of Council of Europe will take the lead in climate action and environmental protection and reiterate their commitment to reduce global greenhouse gas emission, limit the global temperature increase in line with the Paris Agreement. Also, I support the idea to create Council of Europe committee acting as platform to share information, promote best practice to provide legal advice, environmental protection, and the fight against climate change. We see now how effective the Network for Healthy Environment works. We do need more action here. And of course, I welcome the package of proposals and recommendations for supporting Ukraine immediately, and after the end of the war of aggression suggested for the fourth summit. And after all, I do look into the future summit with a big optimism, as we as the European family of democratic countries become more and more united to the face of extraordinary challenges, more and more sensitive for human rights and environmental, climate change, and care about our planet, yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mrs. Arpadare from Azerbaijan. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, in 1993, during the first summit of Council of Europe, the heads of states gave to Council of Europe a new mission, creating a shared pan-European space where democracy, human rights and rule of law can thrive for the benefit of all Europeans finally united under one roof, the common European home. Sadly, today, after 30 years, we seem to be further away from this noble goal. Reform of Council of Europe is long due. The world changed tremendously, and this organization must change with it. While supporting the essence of the report, I kindly would like to stress a few points that I believe need more focus. Dear colleagues, I once had it in my speech, but I would like to repeat that if we want to save Europe, we need to give a new life to the principles of international law, such as territorial integrity. We need to create a real mechanism to fight militarized and aggressive separatism and secessionism, which is too often used as the pretext for conflict and war in Europe. There must be a sanction mechanism for the members or individuals who support separatism. There must be a commitment by all member states not to support it in other countries. It is important to stress this in regard to Ukraine, and we surely do. But it's also important to stress that it applies to all the members of the Council of Europe, as separatism and territorial claims are the cancer that destroy the very foundation of the European unity. We in Azerbaijan still suffer from the consequences of Armenian 30 years long occupation, which had a clear goal of annexation of Azerbaijani lands. Armenian constitution, declaration of independence, still have territorial claims towards Azerbaijan. Shocking, but true. The fact that this is the case is a reminder of the need to revive and reinforce Council of Europe's mandate. Media independence and freedom of speech is the second point that I would like to mention. We have seen through the last years that, in fact, the independence and freedom of media is easily compromised when vested interest groups decide to do so. We have seen many media hushed and silenced. We have seen a certain set of opinions announced as correct ones and alternative opinions marginalized. The years of pandemic showed us how vulnerable and fragile freedom of speech really is. One of the major roles in this is played by social media. Through algorithms, it can manipulate and mislead public. It can promote certain ideas and hide others. And scarily, we have basically no influence or real scrutiny over it. We can only guess about actual involvement of various security services into this. We from time to time see the various foreign forces are being accused of meddling in domestic affairs of countries. But what is really happening there behind the doors and in server rooms of social media giants? Do we know? No. It's one of the most immediate and obvious challenges for democracies today. To me, it's much more apparent than climate change. Council of Europe, the largest domestic club in the world, can't ignore this. People's right to know what algorithms is being used and what happens to their data, accountability of large governments for what they do in social media, scrutiny of large corporations such as Big Pharma and Big Tech guys, and many more issues related to the way internet functions must be in the middle of pace do now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Pringle from Ireland.
The Reykjavik Summit of the Council of Europe is without doubt a success of the Irish presidency of the Council, and I would like to pay tribute to the Icelandic presidency as well for the hosting of the conference. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate and pay tribute to the leader of the Irish delegation, Fiona O'Loughlin, on her work in making this event happen as well. This is probably the only time I will pay tribute to a member of Fianna Fáil during a speech in this House, so that is a first as well. It is important, as to the renewal of the Council of Europe, that the summit is a success. So we have a vested interest in how it goes. I have no doubt that the Icelandic presidency will carry it with great dignity. It is important that we recommit to the core values of the Council of Europe and remind participants of the binding nature, particularly of the judgments of the Council of the European Court of Human Rights. It is by respecting the Court's rulings that Member States show how they respect the rights of citizens across the Council of Europe area. Very often governments may not like the judgments, but they are a recognition and protection for citizens of human rights, and there are times when governments may not find it expedient, but they should always be aware of the rights of citizens, because it might someday come back to benefit them as well. I am not sure about the increased engagement of the European Union that the Irish presidency is so enamoured with, which would be my only point of difference with the review of the Irish presidency. When all member states of the European Union are already members of the Council of Europe, why is it necessary to have the EU as a member itself? Why should the Council of Europe have a role in the enlargement process of the EU? Surely it will not be a requirement for membership of the EU for membership of the Council of Europe, or vice versa. That would undermine the role that this organisation has had over the years, and it would be a retrograde step, in my view, that would undermine the role and responsibility of this organisation. Unfortunately, we are starting to see in Ireland the undermining of our traditional role in the world by the commencement of working under an EU banner, as more and more our government gives prominence to Europe on foreign affairs. How does that assist us when we will align with the view of Germany and France on foreign affairs, and the respected role that Ireland has had as an unaligned, neutral, former colony in the world stage will be undermined? We can work through the Council of Europe and assert the role of neutral, unaligned countries as being a valid and important role. That is the role that we should choose and work towards within the Council of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. I call next Mr. Alexander Nikolowski from North Macedonia. The floor is yours.
I think this is very important discussion that we had tonight. And it's something that will set the path for Council of Europe in the forthcoming period. And that's why I think, as it is clearly written here, that the solidarity and resilience of the European democracies, the respect of the human rights, and their adherence to the rule of law are the best guarantees for each other's prosperity, security, and peaceful future. Also, we should reaffirm the unity around the common values of this organization, where we are members, and as well of the multilateralism based on the international law. We should set a forward-looking agenda of the Council of Europe, putting the people's interests first. Ladies and gentlemen, the European Court of Human Rights is one of the key elements of the Council of Europe. It is a place where hundreds of thousands of European citizens are looking for justice. We must discuss and we must set out a firm agenda that will create an effective mechanism that will enforce the member states to implement the decisions and the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights. Because very often, judgments are made, decisions are made by the European Court for Human Rights, and the member states are not implementing it. I can share one connected with the Macedonians and with the Macedonian national minority in Bulgaria. In this moment, there are 16 judgments or decisions by the European Court of Human Rights that are not implemented in Bulgaria. 16. Not one, not two, but 16 judgments and decisions by the European Court of Human Rights are not implemented. These judgments, these decisions are connected with the right of self-identification, with the right of assembly, with the right of participation on elections, with the right of teaching of mother tongue, and with the right of protecting of the national interest and culture. While these decisions are made here in Strasbourg, Sofia declines to implement them, and by that depriving from the basic human rights citizens of Bulgaria who are declaring themselves as Macedonians. This is something that should not be tolerated, and something that is a bad example in the 21st century. It is a bad example as well for Council of Europe, because people came here, came in Strasbourg, went to the European Court of Human Rights looking for justice. They got the justice, but it cannot be implemented in their domestic country. That's why effective mechanism for implementing of the decisions of the European Court of Human Rights must be created and must be discussed on the Reykjavik summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next on the list is Mrs. Yildiz from Turkey, but
thank you,
yeah,
Madam
on another
Chair.
place. So the floor is yours.
I would like to thank Fiona O'Loughlin for this report with a very well-defined framework. To begin with, in these difficult times of the world, the conceptual emphasis on shared values for the Reykjavik summit is very crucial. Rethinking of common values regarding the current developments in the world would show us new solutions. We know very well how this concept of common values have emerged. After a great conflict periods of recent history, we know really well that having a common set of values is a prerequisite for a continuation of being able to live together. Today, we are here in Strasbourg. We are in Strasbourg, the heart of Alsace-Lorraine, a place which was the major conflict area in World War I, and a place where the humankind witnessed the most intense conflicts of World War II only 80 years ago. With very strong symbolism, the heart of bygone conflicts, the Council of Europe was positioned as the heart of democracy around the common values of humankind. The political experience of the world tells us that to be together is the common benefit of humanity. In this case, to preserve this ground where the rules are applied equally for everyone. Égalité pour tous is sine qua non principle for coexistence. The emphasis on territorial integrity of sovereign states regarding Russia's aggression against Ukraine is a very important point that we need to stand together. At the same time, we should stand together with the member states which continue to fight against terrorism. We need to condemn the activities supporting all kinds of terrorism, and by this way, we need to defend the right of people to live. Similarly, on the matter of implication, the decisions of European Court of Human Rights, we need to make sure that the procedures are applied in the same way for all of the member states without practicing double standards. The emphasis on enhancing citizens' trust in democratic process and institutions is also a very critical point. The sustainability is a key concept for all kinds of institutions. In order to have a sustainable democratic system, to preserve public reliance on the institutions is a pivotal point, which was pointed out in the report also. Moreover, in the name of sustainability, solving problems on the source is very important. While discussing the future of Europe, we cannot ignore the fact of migration. To fight against climate change, to share technology, and to allow the countries to use their own resources will help us a lot to solve the migration issue. The approaches, leaving no one behind, and a fairer world is possible, are the key concepts for preventing migration on the source. Above all, we must combat the increasing xenophobia in Europe. In order to protect freedom of expression, we need to be aware of the discourses and actions that insult the people's thoughts and beliefs. We need to figure out the fundamental difference between freedom of expression and hate crime. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I call next Madam Maria Mezentseva from Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Dear Chair, thank you, Madam Elvira. I would like to extend my largest words of gratitude to our dear colleague Fiona. I remember our meeting back in Ireland, and look how unimaginable this all went from one small meeting, which then enlarged to our vote in the plenary, tasking the Committee of the Ministers, the governments and states, to go ahead with the 4th historical summit in our joint 70-plus European history of coexistence. This coexistence was debatable, challenged by many and various circumstances, and this circumstance is called today an open aggression. And this file, colleagues, which we will be amending a little bit today to strengthen several instruments like the special tribunal targeting the mother crime of all, the crime of aggression, the compensatory mechanism, and many others, you can see a very simple evidence of this war, which is an ambulance right in front of the entrance to the Council of Europe with the Ukrainian flag on the top. This ambulance is coming from my home region, Kharkiv, which was almost 2/3 of which was under half-a-year occupation of the Russian Federation, being liberated back in September 2022. This very ambulance was evacuating civilians from my home region to save their lives and to give first aid. But many of those who were inside did not survive, unfortunately, because it was shelled on the way. And the evidences of this war, yet another war crime, you can see in front of our assembly. I want to also thank you all, from every Ukrainian person who is, as we speak right now, is continuing to suffer from this aggression. And I will never let anyone who is trying to say that this assembly is underdoing, not at all. We have set so many examples and leading roles to follow us in international tribunal for the crime of aggression, in compensatory mechanism, in saying no and looking for justice for the UN Security Council seat, which Russia is taking illegally, and many, many other instances. Today we have passed another great text on preventing sexual violence during the times of conflict, and I thank to the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination for the leading role in this. Please continue to stand with us
and be a part of the historical summit in May, in this coming challenging days where we are all united to fight against. Thank you so much, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Maria. The next speaker is Lord Richard Keane. The floor is yours. Yeah, it works.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to begin by expressing my appreciation to the rapporteur for the very considerable task that's been undertaken here. The report and many speakers this evening refer to the need for us to restate our commitment to democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. But I pause to notice that during the past 2 years, we've produced at least 7 reports that restate our commitments to democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. For the purposes of a summit intended to attract the leaders of 46 countries, we have to do more than restate our principles and our intentions. We have an ever-expanding European Union that incorporates the terms of the Convention into European law and therefore touches upon the jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice. We have a European political community instigated by President Macron of France and endorsed by almost all the countries that are members of the Council of Europe, and that with the UK summit planned for 2024. We have a war in Europe on a scale not seen since 1945. It is surely time for the Council of Europe to renew itself and determine what it is actually for, rather than simply restate its principles, which everyone, including the European Union and the European political community, are aware of and would, of course, endorse. The original motion for this summit from the foreign ministers' meeting in May 2022 called for a renewed Council of Europe, and not just a restatement of principles. So the question arises, how is the Council of Europe to be renewed in light of the events I've mentioned? How is it to make itself relevant in today's Europe? How is it to make itself relevant in tomorrow's Europe? How is its role to be more than an observer to the development of the European political community? Consider for a moment the major challenges to the rule of law that we face at the present time. The war in Europe, obviously, but also the phenomena of mass economic migration that was never foreseen when the treaty was entered into in 1949. The impact of artificial intelligence, the impact of pandemics upon individual rights. What we require for a summit that will actually engage the leaders of the countries and more than 46 of our members is not just a restatement. It must be an expression of renewal that embraces the challenges of today and places the Council of Europe in a unique position to address those challenges. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I call next Mr. Zingeris, who is not in the hemicycle. We'll try with Mr. Robert Troy, who is also not in a hemicycle. Oh, yeah. Please, the floor is yours.
Madam Vice President, distinguished guests, colleagues, firstly, can I thank Fiona for her work as rapporteur on this report and compliment her on producing such a comprehensive report which has received such strong support across all political groupings. We in Ireland and in our party in Ireland are very proud of the work that my friend and colleague has completed. And I think the length of this debate and the huge interest and the number of contributions, to my mind, demonstrates the interest, the value and the importance of this report, but also the importance of the upcoming summit. Ensuring a future summit was a key cornerstone of the Irish presidency, as espoused by our President and by the Irish foreign ministers. And now we will continue that support and work with Iceland to ensure that this summit is not a mere event, is not a mere meeting at a point of time or a photo opportunity. Because no institution, no matter how great it is, can remain static, can remain unchanged. We must evolve and we must respond to an ever-evolving world. And this summit must be ambitious and must be meaningful. And we must see a full participation of all heads of state. But the success of the summit, to my mind, will be the follow-up and how this body responds to the emerging human rights of a new generation, how we respond to the environmental challenges, how we respond to artificial intelligence and gender-based violence. And in framing our response, it is very important that we put our citizens at the very heart of what we do, to ensure that the Council of Europe continues to be the bastion of democracy, of human rights, and the rule of law, as it always has been.
Thank you. I call next Mrs. Fatayeva from Azerbaijan. The floor is yours.
Here. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a very complicated period of time. COVID pandemic became a really challenge for people all over the world in terms of health protection, human rights, causing psychological, economical, social and political crisis. The war in Ukraine caused a serious crisis for the Ukrainian people as well as affected the entire Europe. Raising xenophobia and Islamophobia makes Europe very fragile. This is just a short list of the problems that Europe is facing today. We all understand that in stressful conditions, horizons narrow and more important issues take a backseat. Governments can only overcome their nation-first mentality in times of crisis if they are convinced that collaborative efforts are worthwhile and if they have faith in the ability and loyalty of the allies. In case of Council of Europe, member states' trust is a crucial component of effective crisis management. Common interests based on implementation of decisions of this organization promote this kind of trust, just as trust is required for finding solutions. The Council of Europe is experiencing a severe confidence crisis, and as a result of certain recent accomplishments, it seems more confident in its capacity to handle challenging issues. But just as confidence can grow, it can also be quickly shattered. Delays and errors can cost a lot for our future. As our standards and approaches are questioned in member states and in these organizations, democratic security is declining across Europe. And given the seriousness of the issues confronting Europe, the Council of Europe needs to be more attentive in observing the member states' adherence to their commitments and take swift actions where necessary. The postulates of human rights, the rule of law must certainly be respected as the fundamental basic documents of the Council of Europe, but unfortunately, we often encounter double standards. In some cases, we see unconditional support, sometimes harsh, and in other cases, we're dealing with double standards, substitution of concepts and values, when the wrong accents are placed due to ignorance of the situations in the region. This shows that the existing risks are not considered as existential, but as the consequences of some processes. For my country of Azerbaijan, this is extremely important, especially now when we speak about normalization of relationship with Armenia, about peace and stability in the region, and we wish to see more involvement and dedication from Council of Europe. And I strongly believe that the Reykjavik summit will remind all member states how principled, effective and objective Council of Europe can be, remind us to which values we're all serving to and are dedicated to. Thank you.
Thank you. I call next Mrs. Marijana Balic from Croatia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me also thank Madame Rapporteur for this report. Protection of human rights, democracy and rule of law. These are very core principles of the Council of Europe. Although all international organizations respect and promote these fundamental rights, the Council of Europe has been their gatekeeper for the last 73 years. With the ending of the Second World War, we thought that we learned a painful lesson, and after countless atrocities, human sacrifices, and unimaginable destruction, we start rebuilding Europe, as well as rebuilding trust, spirit, and goodwill between the nations. A new threat to global stability has backlashed in our close neighborhood and called on all us to reconsider our priorities. With this respect, the renewed, stronger role of the Council of Europe as a safeguard of fundamental human rights must be an imperative. Therefore, the upcoming Reykjavik summit is of utmost importance, and we strongly advocate for the sharp and unanimous political message. At the fourth summit, we have to reaffirm our unity around the values of the Council of Europe and start building a European multilateral architecture that will make this organization fit for its purpose, and that is a modern organization with the knowledge and the structure to fight current and further challenges. An organization that will make the most out of modern technologies. A new organization framework that will contain a necessary high-level political will. A new and improved version of this historical pattern of the protection of fundamental rights. Today, when Europe is facing numerous challenges that threaten democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, the role of the Council of Europe as the guardian of all democratic standards arising from the European Convention and human rights and fundamental freedom is more important than ever. Thank you.
This is the next. Thank you very much, Madam Balis. Now we give the floor to Mr. Pavlo Bakunets from Ukraine. You have the floor, Pavlo.
Thank you, dear Mr. President, dear members of the Parliament Assembly of the Council of Europe. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you. It's my first time to be here in the heart of democracy, of human rights, of rule of law. My name is Pavlo Bakunets. I am from Verkhovna Rada, from delegation of Ukraine. We are here to remind you, to remind the world about brutal, hard war, what has been going in Ukraine. This war started in 2014. This war is very hard this year. And it's very good, it's right that you raise the issue of escalation of the war against Ukraine this year in Reykjavik. To tell the truth, I will say thank you very much for the report, especially for the paragraph 12 about supporting Ukraine. Ukrainians are victims in this brutal, hard war. And that's why the Council of Europe, the world, should stand solidarity with Ukrainians. I made just a short list of the most important. First of all, support the independence of Ukraine, support our borders, which is internationally recognized, condemn Russia's aggression against Ukraine and responsibility of Russia for the war, for the genocide, for the terrorism against Ukraine, for the victims. And we need this special tribunal to punish Russian government, to punish Russian soldiers for this war. And also, we need support Ukraine after our victim. I think we need international compensation mechanism for Ukraine, to rebuild peaceful Ukraine. We need to support Ukraine immediately, because while some European governments are thinking about possibility to supplying Leopard tanks to Ukraine, our brave Ukrainian soldiers are using all resources to fight back against occupiers in Zahel, in Bakhmut, in Soledar, in different cities in Ukraine. To the end, I will say, we believe in our soldiers, we believe in your help, we believe in victory. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Pavlo. Now we are going to listen to Mr. Rick Daams from Belgium. Rick, het woord is aan jou.
Hi, Fiona. Great job, and thank you for including the environmental issue into the report, because it is crucial to millions and millions and millions of young people who are looking at the political world and asking themselves, why the hell don't you do something about it? And I think that we can. Now, I would like to start by something that I heard at the beginning of the debate. The very first speaker, Mr. President, was John Howell, and he said, why would the UK PM come to the summit? Well, I'll tell you why. Because it matters. Because people matter. Because human rights for more than 600 million people matter. Because free and fair elections, democracy for more than 600 million people matter. Because living in a country where the rule of law prevails counts, matters for more than 600 million people. So John and all the rest of you, the UK PM and all the other leaders should come because the hell it matters, and because this is the tool, this is the singular tool that either fights against decline of these values and can foster progress on these values. This is why it matters. And I, for one, I welcome, for example, the pan-European political community that Mr. Macron set up, because it's good that all these leaders on a pan-European base talk politics and understand that exactly these fundamental values in democracy and rule of law in this House can prevail and can make progress, provided that they recognize it and support it. And this is, I think, Mr. President, exactly the reason why you and so many others have called for this summit. Now, there's two conditions, I think, that need to be fulfilled in order for it to make sense. The first, I think, is that the heads of states are connected to the parliamentarians, because there's no head of state that can work if he is not supported by a majority in his parliament and opposed by an opposition in his parliament for checks and balance. That's number one. And two, there should be some tangible results, not only a declaration, which is important, but some tangible results. And then I'll come back on the environmental issue, Fiona, and all the colleagues who are working on that. Well, who knows, maybe we could, I don't know, create something like ENF, which would be the same as ECRI on racism, but then the European Commission, again, on environment. Why not? Why don't we create something new? People are saying we need to do something new. There's a lot of stuff we can do, but maybe we can create something new on environment and human rights and move forward on this issue, again, which, Mr. President, you know that, I know that, we all know that, which is one of the singular issues that maybe will allow us, the political world, to reconnect to tens and tens of millions of young people. Thank you very much. Much success. And I really count on you, Mr. President, to connect these heads of states to basis, to the members of parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Message taken, Mr. former President of the Assembly. Now we are going to listen to Edward Lee from the United Kingdom. Edward, you have the floor.
The Council of Europe has got to concentrate on the important things. And the most important thing at the moment, of course, is to resist Russian aggression. And to its credit, the Council of Europe very quickly, after this appalling invasion, kicked Russia out of this assembly. Although our record before then was mixed. And we all know that because we wanted the Russian subscription after the invasion and annexation of Crimea, we didn't move fast enough and we allowed them to stay in this assembly. And weakness in the face of aggression never works. Appeasement never works. So my argument, and why I'm speaking today, is that when we have this summit, I hope when our Prime Minister goes to this summit, he'll make quite clear that this Council of Europe was set up after the Second World War to resist fascism and communism and tyranny. But too often, it produces reports that are concentrating on matters that, frankly, are trivial so-called abuses of human rights, particularly in Western European nations. Now, we all know that we've got a problem with small boat migration across the Channel. We all know that this is extremely dangerous. It's run by criminal gangs. There was a horrible drowning last year. If it carries on, there'll be another drowning. It's got to stop. And therefore, we've got to break the business model. We've got to be allowed to arrest people when they arrive. And we've got to do what the Australians and others have done. And we've got to send people back to Rwanda. Otherwise, this evil trade will continue. But we all know that a single judge in the European Court of Human Rights, and we are the Parliamentary Assembly of that body, stopped us the first flight to Rwanda. Now, I have to say, and I'm giving this warning because it's important that people understand this, that when we said that Brexit was going to happen, that we were going to leave the European Union, nobody believed us, or we said there was just a bunch of right-wingers, that Brexit was never going to happen. But I have to say there is a growing movement in the United Kingdom to repeal the Human Rights Act, to get out of the Convention, and therefore to get out of the Council of Europe. Because every time one of these so-called asylum seekers, and they are economic refugees, mainly young men, come to our shores, there's an army of human rights lawyers who try and stop every single case, and they appeal to this court. And people, more and more people are saying in the United Kingdom, and not just me, Suella Braverman, who was our Attorney General and now the Home Secretary, campaigned on this basis in the recent election. She is saying the only way we can deal with this human trafficking, which will lead to a tragedy, is that we should leave the Convention and leave the Council of Europe. So my message to this body is concentrate on the essential. Don't come down on a ton of bricks on countries like Great Britain who are trying to protect our borders, because if you do so, you might find that Britain is no longer a member of this body.
Thank you very much, Edward. Now we are going to listen to Mr. Casper van den Berg from the Netherlands. Casper, je hebt het woord.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to start by complimenting our rapporteur, Ms. Fiona O'Loughlin, for her excellent work and on a very strong, to-the-point and timely report. It is of very great importance that our heads of state and government come together to reaffirm their continued commitment to liberal representative democracy bound by the rule of law and to human rights and a rule-based multilateral international order. The brutal aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine is sadly the direct and key motive for this summit. This war, one which we all hoped would remain unthinkable to take place again on the European continent, is the issue of our greatest concern right now for the people directly affected in Ukraine, but secondarily also for Europeans who are indirectly affected in all of our countries. The summit will present the necessary stage for our leaders to show to the world their solidarity with the people of Ukraine and their resolute pledge to the principles of the Council of Europe and the European multilateral architecture. But there is another reason why the summit is so important, which the report clearly sets out. And that is the concern for the quality of liberal representative democracy and the rule of law across all of Europe. For too long, established democratic countries, including my own, have taken the democratic quality of their political systems for granted, and it is necessary that our leaders take a firm stand against movements and tendencies in our societies that undermine a fact-based political debate and who try to destabilize the protection of minority groups. Unreservedly standing up for the rule of law, including a government that is reliable and trustworthy, standing up for judicial independence and minority protection is what we may expect to see from our national leaders, and this is what the summit will create the appropriate opportunity for. It is important for my party that this assembly, as one of the two statutory bodies of the Council of Europe, is strongly involved in the summit. We applaud the organization of the Standing Committee in Reykjavik and, taking into account the regionalization and decentralization within many of our member states, and considering the role that local and regional authorities fulfill in monitoring the Charter, election observations, the rule of law and human rights at the local and regional level, we also would like to underline the importance of the involvement of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities in the preparation of the political declaration and the action plan that will be part of the forthcoming summit. This will contribute to keeping the Council of Europe's organizational fit for purpose. Amendments to the draft recommendations that strengthen the involvement of PACE and the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities will therefore have our support. Thank you.
Dank u wel, Casper. And I saw the President of the Congress who's sitting here right in front of me nodding. He is at least in agreement with what you proposed, as far as I can understand. Now we can continue. Next speaker on my list is David Brancatra from the United Kingdom. But do I see David? I don't think that he is present. So now I call in the debate Mr. Norbert Kleinwachter from Germany. Norbert, you have the floor.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident, werte Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Wir debattieren ja darüber, dass es diesen Gipfel geben soll und auch über eine Reform des Europarats. Und wir haben jetzt schon das Problem der Debatte gesehen. 2 Stunden lang haben sehr, sehr viele Redner auf die Ukraine Bezug genommen. Und das ist auch richtig so. Aber das ist nicht das Einzige, was diese Reform des Europarats anstreben muss. Der Europarat hat die Berliner Mauer überlebt, Gott sei Dank. Und er wird auch diesen Krieg überleben, Gott sei Dank. Aber er wird ihn dann überleben, wenn sich dieser Europarat auf die grundlegenden Prinzipien besinnt, die er vertreten will, nämlich Demokratie und Rechtsstaatlichkeit und als Kernaufgabe die Menschenrechte begreift und eben nichts anderes. In dem Bericht steht ein bisschen lapidar drin, Multilateralismus ist eine gute Sache. Aber wir müssen uns auch daran erinnern, dass die Russische Föderation Mitglied dieses Europarats war und dort unser System der Friedenserhaltung nicht funktioniert hat. Und deswegen müssen wir uns hinterfragen, warum es nicht funktioniert hat, und zwar genau auf diesem Gipfel. Und ich glaube, dass wir auch in diesem Gremium der Diplomatie ein bisschen zu wenig Raum eingeräumt haben. Wir haben zu viel übereinander, zu wenig miteinander geredet, und das sollte sich auf jeden Fall ändern. Und es sind die Themen, die zählen, auch in diesem Europarat. Ich bin heute eigentlich jetzt 5 Jahre Mitglied dieser Versammlung. Und ich habe sehr viele, sehr gute Debatten erlebt. Wir haben uns sehr oft zu guten Themen gestritten, aber einige Themen waren auch dabei, wo ich mir ganz offen die Frage gestellt habe, was tun die hier? Gehören die hierher? Nein, sie gehören nicht hierher. Und ich glaube, dass der Europarat dann an Schärfe gewinnt und auch an Durchsetzungsfähigkeit und Glaubwürdigkeit gewinnt, wenn er die Rechtsetzung, die er versucht zu begehen, minimiert, aber dann die Durchsetzung dieser wenigen Regeln maximiert. Und das sind eben die Regeln der Rechtsstaatlichkeit und der Menschenrechte. Das sind die Regeln, wenn es um die Bedrohung von Leib und Leben geht, um politische Verfolgung, um Aushöhlung der Demokratie. Aber es sind eben nicht Themen, die jetzt auch gefallen sind, wie Migration oder der Klimawandel, an dem man glauben kann, aber das ist vielleicht eine langfristige Gefährdung irgendwann in der Zukunft. Nein, der Europarat muss sich um die Gefährdungen im Hier und Jetzt kümmern und hat dabei leider auch in gewisser Weise versagt. Wo war denn die Parlamentarische Versammlung, wo war denn der Europarat, als es zum Beispiel um die Gelbwesten ging, die von Macron zusammengeprügelt worden sind auf der Straße? Wo war der Europarat, als Merkel offen gefordert hat, eine Wahl müsse rückgängig gemacht werden? Hat sie gemacht, wurde hier nicht thematisiert. Wo war der Europarat, als Menschen das gesellschaftliche Leben entzogen wurde, weil sie sich nicht haben impfen lassen? Da war dieses Gremium zu leise, da hat es geschwiegen und da hat es Vertrauen und Ansehen verloren. Wir müssen hier die unangenehmen Themen adressieren. Ja, auch die, die genau gegen die Regierungen gehen, wenn sie etwas machen, was im Endeffekt nicht der Rechtsstaatlichkeit entspricht. Wir müssen zum unabdingbaren Kämpfer für Menschenrechte und Rechtsstaatlichkeit werden, für die Grundrechte der Bürger. Aber manchmal muss bei diesem Kampf der Europarat erstmal bei sich selbst anfangen.
Dankeschön, Norbert. Now, next on my list is Mr. Alexander Mereshko from Ukraine. I do not see him on his seat. Do I see him in the hemicycle? That is not the case, and that means that we now come to the last speaker in this debate, Madam Eva de Croix from the Czech Republic. Eva, you got the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Merci à tout le monde. Merci pour cet excellent débat qui est très important. Merci aussi à Monsieur le rapporteur pour cet excellent rapport. C'est un honneur pour moi d'être la dernière aussi dans ce débat parce que pour tout ce que j'ai entendu et aussi quand on regarde dans le passé, tout ce qui s'est passé dans plus de 74 ans, plus que 50 États,
plus de centaines de résolutions qui étaient prises, la Convention des droits de l'homme, la Cour des droits de l'homme, le prix de Václav Havel. Je pense que difficilement Churchill pouvait imaginer quelle institution stable et solide elle va être créée quand en 1943 il a appelé à l'installation d'une telle institution qu'elle est le Conseil de l'Europe. De l'autre côté, il est triste que malgré tous ces traités multilatéraux, malgré cette organisation qui est le Conseil de l'Europe, malgré plein d'autres organisations, on est témoin aujourd'hui de la guerre d'agression qui était en plus provoquée par un des États qui est membre de tous ces traités multilatéraux. Et aussi bien qu'au moment quand le Conseil de l'Europe était fondé, c'était le moment tourmenté, on se trouve tout à fait dans les mêmes moments tourmentés. C'est pour ça que je pense que le summit de Reykjavik, c'est le symbole important qu'on prenne note de ces moments tourmentés et qu'on prenne note également du fait qu'il est important de garder ces valeurs sur lesquelles le Conseil de l'Europe était fondé. C'est les droits de l'homme, c'est la rule of law, ou en français, état de droit. C'est les valeurs et concepts qui ont été ces dernières années défendus, mais ils n'étaient jamais aussi en avant qu'ils sont aujourd'hui. C'est aujourd'hui qu'ils sont vraiment au centre. Et pour qu'ils restent au centre, c'est aussi important pour notre futur. Et si ces valeurs qui sont propres au Conseil de l'Europe, ils sont au centre, c'est aussi le Conseil de l'Europe qui est au centre ou qui devrait être au centre. Et je pense que c'est tout à fait cette opportunité qui devrait être saisie grâce au summit de Reykjavik. Et c'est à nous, aux membres, à nos ministères, aux chefs d'État, à en faire sorte à ce que cette opportunité elle soit saisie vraiment, à ce que ce ne soit pas seulement les faits, mais également les instruments, à ce qu'on se dote pour le futur des instruments nécessaires pour défendre les valeurs qui nous sont propres. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Merci à vous, Eva. And that concludes the list of speakers. We have had over more than 50 speakers in this rich debate. We now are going to listen to the rapporteur. Fiona, you have 3 minutes, not to reply to all the 50 contributions, but to have the final say in this debate before we go to the vote.
And thank you very much once again, Mr. President. The road to Reykjavik has been a long journey, and we are only halfway there. And I want to thank all of those who have shared this journey and lightened the load and gave me the trust to bring us to this stop on our journey. To those who engaged, I listened and did my very best to produce a collaborative report. Thank you to the Irish and Icelandic presidencies who have made this summit both a priority and a reality. To the ALDE group who nominated me to take this report, and my colleagues on the Irish delegation for their support, Deputies Troy, Pringle and Cronin, and Senators O'Reilly, Gavin and Garvey, and of course the Secretariat, but most especially Sonia Sartori. I've listened carefully to all of the thoughtful interventions this afternoon, the concerns, the challenges, the endorsements. Yes, we are going back to basics. The Council of Europe should continue to do what it has always done, but to do it better. Since its foundation, the Council of Europe has been a pioneer in human rights protections, founded in time of war and now sadly back to wartime. The summit must reaffirm and recommit to our founding values, while also seeking ways to enhance citizens' trust in the democratic processes. And that means engaging citizens in a meaningful, inclusive and comprehensive way, promoting respect and protecting fundamental freedoms and values. Our continent is changing, and so too must the Council of Europe, in particular in responding to the new generation of human rights. The Council of Europe is not just the soul of Europe, as has been mentioned. It is also the conscience of Europe. And this is a very precious responsibility for which we are all responsible. Many have mentioned the far right and autocracy and how do we deal with that. We doubled down on democracy. This report, and indeed the summit itself, is very clear about, should be very clear about supporting Ukraine and condemning the war of aggression. But I do agree that the summit needs also to be about much more and to ensure that there is a vision going forward for all of us. This report, again, and the summit cannot be seen as the end of a process, but rather the beginning. We must always seek to evolve and respond to citizens' changing needs. Yes, I agree, we need to hear the voices of young people and civil society. And I really am glad that 3 days ago, the Icelandic presidency has opened a call for submissions from everybody, including civil society and young people, until the 20th of February. Licia has mentioned homework. Between now and next May, we have homework. We have a duty and a responsibility to ensure a debate and a dialogue within all of our own parliaments and all of our societies, and to engage support from our heads of state and government. Finally, my friend and colleague Bjarni from Iceland has said in his intervention that the war has brought Europe together. There is an old Irish saying, Ní ndeartga cur le chéile, meaning we are stronger together. Let us all commit to working together to ensure a successful summit, to ensure a Europe where we can respect difference, where we confront major challenges together and live up to our responsibility of providing a sustainable and inclusive society with authenticity and with integrity, while offering a beacon of hope to all of our citizens during a dark time. This is the biggest task of the summit, but I have no doubt, with all of your support and all of your input, that we can have a summit that will ultimately restore trust and renew democracy. Gurv Mahagat, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Rapporteur. Does the chairperson of the committee, Mr. Zoltán, wishes to speak? You have 3 minutes, Zoltán.
Thank you, President, and thank you, colleagues, for the very stimulating discussion this afternoon, this evening. I listened to everybody. I don't know how many, but probably some of you did the same. And it would be really very difficult to summarize what was said. But I would like to underline what Mr. Stier quoted from Mrs. Baerbock, quoting Adenauer. The soul of Europe is a formulation which I think, when we are entering the 75th anniversary of our existence as the Council of Europe, something to keep in mind. I think as a brand also, but as an essence as well, it's worth considering. We have reflected on the old challenges and on the new challenges, and that is what the summit will have to do. The old challenges are extremely important because of the war, and we need to give a right answer, not to allow happening it again. The new challenges are also confronting us, and we want to create a 21st century organization, Council of Europe. And if I need to underline one of the old challenges, I would like to draw your attention also to the importance of the national minorities. It is very well reflected now in our resolution. It is a political question. Are we able, many participants from North Macedonia, Mr. Nikolowski raised this problem. This is one of the important political challenges still in front of us. Can we give the appropriate rights of the 50 million national minorities inside this continent? Concerning the new challenges and the new dimensions, yes, the environmental rights are vitally important, and I think now it is a kind of stock-taking as well. After 18 years, what we have been able to achieve in the past 18 years, we need to integrate that, and the digital aspects of also artificial intelligence and so on. To make all these a success, dear colleagues, I think we need the cooperation to continue between the Committee of Ministers and this Assembly. We had some representatives of the Committee of Ministers in this debate, not too many, if I may ask, but we all know that we have been a driving force. And I think we are going to remain a driving force as the Parliamentary Assembly, and I think a helping hand to the Committee of Ministers to make this a success story. But also the cooperation between the Council of Europe and the European Union is becoming more and more inevitable and vitally important for our future. We can see the European political community as a challenge, but also we can look at it as a possibility that we will now find in the European political community a right partner. And finally, dear colleagues, what we also need is committed governments, committed member states. And I would like to express my gratitude to Iceland, the head of the Icelandic delegation. The Icelandic Prime Minister is second time coming to see us. Congratulations to Iceland for doing this job, and also for Ireland, because the Irish presidency have been very generous with this fourth summit. We all can testify that, and especially I would like to congratulate to Fiona and to thank also to the Secretariat of the Political Affairs Committee. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President of the Committee. The debate is now closed. The Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy has presented a draft recommendation which you find in document 156811, to which 35 amendments and 1 sub-amendment have been tabled. Amendments will be taken in order in which they appear in the compendium. I remind you that speeches on amendment are limited to 30 seconds. We now come to the possible unanimous approval of amendments. I understand that the chairperson of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 12, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33 and 34 to the draft recommendation, which were unanimously approved by the committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. However, amendments 32 and 34 will be taken separately as they have consequentials. The chairperson wishes to propose to the Assembly that the amendments 13 to 24, 12, 20 to 31 and 33, which were unanimously approved by the committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that so, Mr. Nemeth?
Yes, it is correct.
Does anybody object? I do not see. We are now going to... As there is no objection, I declare that the mentioned amendments to the draft recommendation have been agreed. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that the amendments 1, 2, 25, 10, 11, 3, 4, 26, 5, 6, 7 and 8 to the draft recommendation, which were rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority, be declared as rejected. However, Amendment 8 is consequential and will be taken separately. The chairperson wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 1, 2, 25, 10, 11, 3, 4, 26, 5, 6, and 7 to the draft recommendation, which were rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority, should be declared as rejected by the Assembly. Is that so, Mr. Nemeth?
Yes, it is correct.
Thank you very much. Does anybody object? Do not see so. As there is no objection, I declare that the mentioned amendments to the draft recommendation are rejected. We now come to amendment number 9. I call Mr. Irakli Shikovani to support amendment number 9. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of course, realizing that we are at the high time and the challenge of the barbaric war against Ukraine that is conducted by the Russian Federation, we should not forget that the Russian aggressive policy has been started for a long time, and the Georgian state is the victim and the territories of Georgia are occupied. So this amendment reflects the gravity of the situation and reflects the occupation of my country's territory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shikovani. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? I do not see any. What is the opinion of the committee?
Approved by a small majority.
The amendment is approved by a small majority. I now shall put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. I close the vote. I call for the result to be displayed. The amendment is carried. We come now to amendment number 1. I call Mr. Ian Littlegranger to support amendment number 1. You have 30 seconds. No?
This was rejected.
Sorry.
Amendment 35. Yes.
Where is it? 34. No. We go here.
Take this.
Yeah, but where is 35? And because otherwise it becomes a mess. Where is 35?
It is page 26.
26.
Use this sheet if you wish. Here it is.
Sorry for the misunderstanding, but you have approved so many amendments unanimously and rejected so many with 2/3 majority. I now have it. It's amendment 35. Thank you very much. Okay. And I call Madam Licia Vasilenko to support amendment 35. Licia, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. This amendment deals with the example that we want to set for other international organizations, and namely the UN and the UN Security Council, which Russia today is holding hostage, and by doing so is actually preventing justice, human rights, and peace in the world. So this amendment reads very simply that we must mobilize the political impulse to the reform of the United Nations and its Security Council and forming a common position on it. I ask for the support of this.
Thank you very much. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Mr. Cotier.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. En fait, je suis d'accord avec le fond, mais je vous propose de rejeter cet amendement parce qu'en fait, il n'a pas la place dans cette résolution. La réforme des Nations Unies est quelque chose d'important, notamment du Conseil de sécurité, mais sur lesquels les États peinent à se mettre d'accord. Ils ne vont pas se mettre d'accord d'ici le sommet de Reykjavik. Et le sommet de Reykjavik doit se porter sur notre institution, les réformes qu'on doit faire dans le Conseil de l'Europe, et non pas au sein du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies. Donc il me semble qu'on crée un problème en introduisant cela dans la résolution, raison pour laquelle je vous propose de ne pas suivre cet amendement.
Merci, Damien. What is the opinion of the committee?
Against by a large majority.
The committee is against. I now shall put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. May I have the results displayed? The amendment is rejected. We now come to amendment 32 and a sub-amendment. I call Madam Fiona O'Loughlin on behalf of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy to support amendment 32. You have 30 seconds, Fiona.
Yeah, but there is a sub-amendment.
There is now, I now call Mrs. Titus Kolarjan to support the sub-amendment. Titus, you have the floor, 30 seconds.
Yes, colleagues, this sub-amendment, which was unanimously approved by the committee, is proposing to introduce only 3 words: persons belonging to national minorities. We entirely agree with the reference to the importance for the protection of national minorities, but on the other hand, we should follow the legal formulation used by the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities, which is our European standard established by the Council of Europe in this domain. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Titus. Does anyone wish to speak against the sub-amendment? I do not see any. The committee is obviously in favor. I now shall put the sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Can we have the results be displayed? Sub-amendment is adopted. We now come to the main amendment 32 as amended. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as amended? I do not see any. What is the opinion of the committee?
We are in favor.
Committee is in favor. I shall now put the amendment as amended to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Can I have the results displayed? The amendment is, as adopted, is carried. We now come to amendment number 8, and I call Mr. Little Granger to support amendment number 8. You have 30 seconds. I do not see Mr. Little Granger with us. Does anybody else wishes to move this amendment? If nobody wishes to move this amendment, it fails. Yes. Then we now come to amendment 34, and I call Madam Fiona O'Loughlin on behalf of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy to support amendment 34. You have the floor, Fiona. 30 seconds.
Apologies. It's been a long evening. This amendment is basically in relation to the Commissioner for Democracy, and we wish to add and for rule of law. And the committee earlier on voted unanimously in favour of this amendment. So I propose that we support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. Does anybody wish to speak against this amendment? I do not see any. The committee is obviously in favor. I now shall put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I ask for the results to be displayed. The amendment is carried. We now come to oral amendment number 1. I have received an oral amendment number 1 from Mr. Civikas, which reads as follows. In paragraph 19.2, after the words Council of Europe Secretariat and Institutions, add the words including the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities. The amended paragraph would then read in full: envisage the establishment of a Council of Europe Commissioner for Democracy as an independent body elected by the Assembly, entrusted with means and capacity for engaging systematically in a permanent dialogue with member states, providing early warning and rapid reaction, as well as offering relevant assistance in close cooperation with key parts of the Council of Europe Secretariat and institutions, including the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities, to help strengthen the democratic model throughout Europe. In my opinion, the oral amendment meets the criteria of Rule 34.7a. Is there any opposition to the amendment being debated? I do not see any. Therefore, I call Mr. Civikas to support oral amendment number 1. You have 10 seconds. Sorry, 30 seconds. Not.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it is very appropriate to add the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities in this paragraph because the Congress, of course, has a very important role in disseminating democracy regionally and locally. And I think it would be, we would be off remiss if we did not mention the Congress in this report. And it's the only place where we can perhaps insert this in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody wish to speak against the oral amendment? I do not see any. What is the opinion of the committee?
Unanimously in favor.
The committee is unanimously in favor. I shall now put the oral amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The oral amendment is adopted. We now will proceed to the vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 15681 as amended, and I inform the Assembly that a 2/3 majority is required as it is a draft recommendation. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed, and the recommendation is adopted. I congratulate the rapporteur, the President of the Committee, and the Assembly by adopting this recommendation, which will be our input to the upcoming 4th Summit of Heads of State and Government. The Assembly will hold its next public sitting tomorrow at 10 o'clock with the agenda which was approved yesterday morning. The sitting is adjourned.